So very good afternoon from the Stade de Rhône in Lyon. It's Will Downing and Jeremy Nicholas with you for the next 4 hours. It's the opening afternoon session of the 2013 IPC Athletics World Championships. We had 7 gold medals decided in the morning session. There will be 10 tonight. 3 field finals. You've already had a chance to survey the lineups in that. Men's discus for F11, men's long jump T36, and women's shot put F58. Lots happening on the track. We'll be starting off with the women's 200 meters semi-finals in T53 and T54. The first final will be around 4 o'clock local time. That's 2 p.m. GMT, and that'll be the T34 final of the women's 200 meters. Some great athletes to be seen today include Hannah Cockcroft, Raymond Martin, Marcel Hoog, Jason Smith, David Price, and Tatiana McFadden, one of the poster girls of US Paralympics.
Very warm here in the stadium, 32 degrees it's reached, and it's 52% humidity, so very, very muggy here, and the athletes will certainly be sweating out here in the competition. 32 degrees here in Lyon. At the moment, Ukraine are top of the medals board. They've got 2 gold medals, and then second place Russia, they have 1 gold, 2 silver and a bronze.
Now we'll be joining the women's shot put, but the 5th name on that list, one of the most amazing life stories, and no doubt we'll have an awful lot of time to survey today's efforts of Ilka Wailuda. Angelis Ortiz of Mexico is the defending champion in this, and also the champion from London 2012, having won silver in Beijing in 2008. Hers is the world record set in Dubai earlier this year in March, 11.50 meters. She also holds the championship record, winning gold in Christchurch 2 years ago. Also in this, Nassima Saifi of Algeria, Safia Jalal of Algeria, Stella Aneva of Bulgaria, who's won silver in the last 2 major championships, and Ilka Wailuda, who's now 44, the Olympic champion from 1996, twice European champion, twice silver medalist in the World Championships, IAAF. Had a leg amputated through sepsis in 2011, and now a very talented Paralympian. There'll be lots of frenetic sprint action on the track today. Around a dozen 200 meters races across different categories.
Mesdames et messieurs, présentation de la finale du lancer du disque masculin catégorie F11.
And there she is, Ilka Wailuda, the 1996 Olympic Games champion in Atlanta. Her personal best in the IPC Athletics Women's Shot Put, F58, is 10.69. But there's also early action on the track. And these are the semi-finals of the women's 200 meters T53. Also the men's discus and men's long jump.
So we have those 3 throwing events that will be starting, and then simultaneously we'll have some of the sprint races occurring. The men's discus, Nelson Goncalves of Portugal, Baldassari of Argentina, Ronnie of Austria, Nishnishki of Ukraine, and Matia of Poland, just being introduced to the crowd. Also competitors from Spain, Argentina, the States, Russia, and Colombia. So some of the really big names will be on view this afternoon, particularly looking forward to seeing Jason Smith in action, the fastest Paralympian on the planet. Always referred to as that, never in the world, always on the planet. And yet he is from this world. And Marcel Hoog as well, someone we're looking forward to in the 10,000 metres towards the end of our coverage today. But we've got the women's 200 metres, the T53 semi-final. That's going to be the first event on the track, and that will be running alongside these events that are taking place, the throwing events. So Sarah White of Canada, Hamid Kurd of Turkey, Angela Ballard of Australia. It's Chelsea McClammer of the States and Kazumi Nakayama of Japan.
Mesdames et messieurs, présentation de la finale du second record masculin catégorie
So there's Sarah White of Canada, season's best 37.57 with a PB of 33.98. Hamid Kurd of Turkey, 32.66. She set a PB this year. So this is the first of the wheelchair competition we've seen at these games. Angela Ballard from Australia, PB of 29.35. Fastest so far this season, 29.60. Chelsea McClammer looking very relaxed for the States. Set her personal best this season, 32.83. She's in lane 6. And there's the Japanese girl, Kazumi Nakayama. Gone fastest this season. 31.71 is her personal best this year. So we'd expect Angela Ballard from Australia to be one of the favourites here, but it's the first three in each heat and the next two fastest who advance to the final. So a very good chance of getting through. In fact, you could have all five from your heat get through, because there's only the two semis, 5 in each race, and we're basically getting these 10 down to 8 for the final.
He got a silver medal in the last Paralympic, representing Australia.
So the music you can hear in the background is just the throwing competitors being introduced to the crowd. Now they are introducing the 200-metre competitors in the T53 category. Kazumi Nakayama, she'll be an outsider here. The oldest competitor in the race behind Angela Ballard. Ballard is the one we would expect to win this. Stars are calling them toward 200 metres, so that's half the track. And away they go, and Sarah White of Canada off to a good start on the inside lane, already making up ground on the Turkish girl Hamid Kurt, but Angela Ballard of Australia going well in the middle lane, and it's a good start also too for Chelsea McClammer of the United States as they come round the bend. And it's as expected, Ballard well in the lead, McClammer's going well as well. The first three will qualify, the next two fastest will get into the final, and it's an absolute canter here for Angela Ballard of Australia. It's McClammer of Chelsea McClammer of the States coming in second, and Kazumi Nakayama for Japan in third place, and the other two, Hamid Kurt and Sarah White, we'll have to see if they're fast enough to qualify for the final. But Australia, USA and Japan definitely through. Let's just have a look at a replay. What a great start it was for Angela Ballard. She's almost overtaken the Turkish girl on the outside straight away. And then McClammer had a good second half of the race, but Angela Ballard just led from the front the whole way. Absolutely no doubt. Her personal best 29.35, and that was a very impressive time, 30.24. She qualifies. Chelsea McClammer set a new personal best in that race, 31.68, and Nakayama of Japan also qualifying with a time of 32.57, and the other two times, Hamid Kurt just outside 33, so would be in with a shout, I would think, at the final, but possibly not for Sarah White of Canada. So we have the first three definitely in the final of 8. And we'll wait to see what happens. Men's discus, the women's shot put, and the men's long jump, the T36. It's in the men's discus, it's the F11, and the women's shot put, it's the F58. All now up and running. And you won't miss any of the action. We will show you in between the heats of these races what's happening.
So let's move to the women's shot puts, and for Algeria, Nassima Saifi, her best so far, 10.34. They each get 3 throws in rotation, and then they come back for the second half of the competition. So she is leading, and that again is beyond 10 meters. Well, 10.34 was the best, and again that looks that similar kind of range. She's up against the champion from Christchurch 2011 and London 2012, Angelis Ortiz. Stella Adeba, who's won silver in the last 2 major championships, and Ilka Wailuna, who's got great class from able bodies events in the 90s and noughties.
Want to break or carry on?
Always makes me smile, that phrase, the noughties.
Want to break through?
10.91 is the mark to beat, and that is only 30 centimetres outside the championship record of the next athlete to throw, Angeles Ortiz of Mexico.
Competitors gathering for the second of the women's semi-finals in the 200 metres T53. We'll bring you that as it happens. Staying with the shot for the time being.
So it's 6 in a row in this competition in the shot put these days. So she has a 4th throw. That looks longer again, and the yelp is a little corkier every time she throws that bit further.
Yes, it's an unusual noise, isn't it? And you have to say it's a bit of a disadvantage going first because you have your 6 throws and then everyone knows exactly.
Not that far away. In fact, she's gone beyond it. 11.18. And that is a continental record. And it is 3 centimetres away from a championship record. And 11.18 is the new standard to beat. We'll keep you posted on how she progresses, but now it is the second semi-final of the women's 200 metres T53, and Lisha Huang, the defending champion from Christchurch 2011 and the London 2012 winner, Elena Dupont, who won bronze in Beijing in 2008 in the 100 under her maiden name of Ilana Duff. For Canada, then Japan, Kaiko Kinishi, who has the second slowest personal best of the lot, but it was set this year, 32.91. Catherine de Brunner of Switzerland, turned 18 this year, so a good prospect. As is Jessica Lewis, the first ever Paralympian from Bermuda. And she's in the team of 1 here in Lyon. While Huang is the only athlete with a personal best under 30 metres. But if she matches that, it could be a championship record for her. It's Huang of China in 3, Dupont Canada 4, Kinishi Japan 5, De Bruyne Switzerland 6, Lewis Bermuda 7. And they're away at the first time of asking, and Lewis trying to get a very good start. Huang undoubtedly on the inside of lane 3. Look at that, she's already overtaken Dupont and Kinishi as well. And Huang has started really well here. She hasn't even reached the final straight, and she's practically got this race won. Lisha Huang of China looking very good in second place. Dupont, Kinishi in 3rd. De Bruyne overtaking her now, but there's no doubting about number 1. It's Lisha Huang. She might break 30 seconds here or more. Huang is going to win this. Very good time, 30.37. Huang, very simple victory. Dupont in second place, and it looked to be De Bruyne of Switzerland in 3rd. Well, that's really set the marker down. In fact, it turned out to be slower than the first semi-final, which is Angela Ballard of Australia, 30.24. Alicia Huang wins that one very well indeed, 30.27.
Yes, it's going to be quite a final between Angela Ballard, Chelsea McClammer looking very good, and Lisha Huang clearly the best in that particular semi-final.
Well, that was just so impressive. And even by about the 50-metre mark, she was well in front. The stagger was gone, eliminated. She knew she was powering away, and undoubtedly in the final 100, she eased up. And there was no problem at all for Huang Lisha, gold medalist, 100 and 200 at London 2012, and Beijing 2008, and Christchurch 2011, and maybe Lyon 2013 as well.
So the qualifiers will be the first 4 actually in each of those 2 semi-finals, the first 3 in each going through by right, and it just happens that the fastest qualifiers were the girls that came 4th in each of those heats, so it's only the 2 that finished last that didn't make the final.
So Huang Lisha wins for China, 30.39, a personal best for Ilana Dupont. In second for Canada with Catherine de Bruyne and Kaiko Kinishi also going through.
So those the 8 qualifiers for the...
Now we're going to go back to the shot put. We've had the 6 attempts of Nassima Saifi of Algeria. She didn't improve. We saw her best, 11.18. And now here comes the reigning champion from Christchurch and from London 2012 from Mexico, Angeles Ortiz.
Yes, Ángeles Ortiz, F58 category here. Absolute legend in this particular sport. And she will now have her 6 throws. So just to look at Nassima Saifi's throws, she started with 10.34, then a no throw, 10.91, 11.18, proving to be her best one, then 10.93, and she finished with 11.06. But we'll be expecting a lot more from Nassima Saifi, because she is the okay, and we'll have confirmation now of the qualifiers for that women's 200 metres. There we are, Angela Ballard with the fastest time. The other winner was Lisha Huang of China, Chelsea McClammer, Ilana Dupont, Catherine De Bruyne, Kazumi Nakayama, Kaiko Kanishi and Hamid Kurt. They're the fastest 2 qualifiers, and that's the 8 that will go through into the final of the women's 200 metres T53.
Well, now we're moving to the T54, different category in the women's 200 metres. 2 semi-finals in this as well, and 4 going in the first semi.
So let's have a look at the runners and riders in this one. Alexandra Helbing of Switzerland in lane 3. Personal best of 31.76. And then we've got Kiralin Free of Canada, Amanda Kataja of Finland, and from the States it's Sherry Madsen. And just looking at these, well, you'd expect it to be between the Canadian and the Finn. They have the fastest personal bests, but you can never quite tell with a championship. So that's Alexandra Helbing of Switzerland, born in 1993. This is the T54 class. Her season's best 31.76. Season's best 33.28, but her PB 31.76. So the 3 first in each of these semi-finals will go through, and then the next 2 fastest will advance to the final. So we've got 4 in the first semi, 5 in the second semi. So in other words, we're basically just going to lose 1 person from this. We're going to have 9 people in the semis, and 8 of them will make the final. So let's meet the competitors up close and personal now. Alexandra Helbing of Switzerland has a PB of 31.76, a season's best of 33.28. She'll be in lane 3, the tightest bend, not always favoured by the athletes. Ideally you'd like to be in the middle lanes, but to try and make it as even as possible, they're using just lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. Kiralin Fry, season's best 31, and she has a personal best of 30.13. Amanda from Finland has the fastest PB, 30.35. Sherry Madsen of the States, personal best 32.12. She's not expected to trouble the leaders, but she'll do well if she gets to the final. Keep you up to date with what's happening in the shot put and the long jump. But let's just stay with the track action here and see what can happen in the first of these women's 200 metres T54s. And away they go, and it's a good start for Canada's 3 and Kataja of Finland. And we've got Kataja of Finland going into a strong lead there, 3 from Canada on the inside. It's the Finnish girl, Amanda Kataja, in lane 5, but now coming back well is Sherry Madsen of the United States. She was the least fancied of all, and she's absolutely stormed it through, and it's going to be a time of round about 30. It's 30.51. Sherry Madsen ahead of Amanda Kataja and Kiralin Fry. What a great second 100 metres that was from Sherry Madsen of the States. Just over 30 seconds, 30.37. Kataja 30.93. And Madsen's 30.37, a new personal best for her. Kataja 30.933 with a time of 31.82. They are the qualifiers. And Alexandra Helbling of Switzerland with a season's best, time of 31.99. We'll have to wait and see if that's good enough.
Well, looks like as well she's broken her personal best by a second and a half, which is absolutely remarkable, competing from Sherry Madsen. She turns 37 later this year.
And she was the one that I said I don't think she'd be troubling the leaders. And of course, as soon as you say that, she goes and wins the semi-final. But you don't expect someone to take a second and a half off their PB. And there she is, confirmed as the winner, Sherry Madsen. She didn't start particularly well, but that once they got round the bend, she had a brilliant second 100 metres. Confirmation of the qualifiers then, Sherry Madsen, Amanda Kataja and Kira Lynn Frey.
So now we are crossing over to the men's long jump, and this is the London 2012 champion, Roman Pavlik. Set the world record back in Finland in 2005 in Espoo. So Pavlik's first attempt, 5:23, his personal best. That's a really strong leap by Pavlik. He's gone a good distance, and he's really trying to set the standard already, having taken the honours at London 2012. A brilliant jump by Roman Pavlik, 5.44. And it's a new world record. 5.44 for Roman Pavlik of the Ukraine. And he has broken his own world record. What a way to start the competition.
So it's been a great game so far for the Ukraine. They won 2 gold medals this morning, putting them ahead of their neighbours Russia in the medals table. The Russians winning 4 medals this morning, but only 1 gold, 2 silver and a bronze.
Visual confirmation for you. Roman Pavlik has broken his own world record, 5 meters 44, and this now his second attempt.
Always a bit of pressure when you first jump, you've set a new world record. What do you do with your second jump?
Well, it might just be the case that he's already won it. Mariusz Sobczak in second place, 5:02, and this is the T36 final on its own, and the F36 final on its own. So there's no points in play, it is distance. That's another good leap again. I should tell you about the long jump that was held earlier this morning. Chairman Kobasov of Russia went away celebrating, thought he'd won. And then Andrei Onofrenko of the Ukraine was awarded the gold medal because the athletes had been reclassified midway through the competition, which I've never seen before. Good firm run up. Well, 5:44 in the first round. 5:22 this time, and even that would have put him in the lead. But his world record of 5:44 has him in first place.
We've seen some brilliant performances so far already today. The first gold of the day went to Brazil, Odair Santos in the 5,000 metres, the T11. Just a quote from him, he says, "I feel really happy, I did a great run. I cannot wait to receive the gold medal. I felt confident and I thank my guide very much."
So now let's go back to the women's shot put, and a lot of early action for Angeles Ortiz. The lead is 11.18. The continental record, the African record for Nassimi Saifi of Algeria. Ortiz just a centimetre behind with a 5th round attempt. This is her 6th round go. And again, it's over 10 metres. Excellent consistency between herself and Saifi. And Saifi still in the lead. And this is last chance salute for Ortiz. This is the only opportunity that she has of going in front into the gold medal position.
Just a reminder that all the women will get 6 throws, but rather than being one at a time, they have all 6, and then the next person has all 6. It's just to do with speeding things up because it takes such a long time to move them in and out.
So 11.18 is the target, and she's done it. 11.43 is a championship record. It beats her championship record from Christchurch 2 years ago, and the defending champion is in the lead.
So once again, all change on the last throw. 11.43 for Angeles Ortiz.
So now, time for the second semi-final of the T54 women's 200 meters. And this features one of the greats of parasport from the United States, Tatiana McFadden, and her sister, Zubeda Süpürgeci of Turkey. Starts in lane 2. Hannah McFadden in lane 4, also a swimmer. Both she and Tatiana reached the Paralympics final, the first time that had ever happened in history. Valeria Yara of Argentina is in lane 5. It's a really strong field, this. It'll be the first 3 and the 2 fastest losers overall who progress. And just to reiterate, that was a new championship record for Angeles Ortiz in the women's shot put, F58, 7 centimeters outside her own world record set in Dubai earlier this year, where they actually had a couple of world records set in that meeting. So now the athletes being introduced one by one, and this, for the second time, is Zubeda Süpürgeci of Turkey. Sets her personal best this year, 32.70, which is competitive. Hannah McFadden. Swims also. She's only 17, so she's got a great career on the way. Valeria Yara of Argentina turns 20 next Sunday, the last day of the championships. Georgina Oliver of Britain, 20-year-old. Season's best is just outside her personal best, but she's the one to watch. The reigning world champion from Christchurch 2 years ago. 3 gold medals at London 2012, 400, 800 and 1500. Bronze in the 100. Tatiana McFadden of the United States. She was up for a big sports award in the United States, the ESPYs. Only came in overnight, and she will be hoping the jet lag is not bitten. And she also won the Boston and London Marathon this year. She's also trying her hand at Nordic skiing. She is superwoman.
She's busy.
Süpürgeci, McFadden, Yara, Oliver, McFadden. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And they are away, and McFadden in 7 to watch, and Jara in 5 for Argentina also. And it's been a really good start from Hannah McFadden in lane 4, but Tatiana really not showing great major side effects of all the overnight travelling so far. She is well out in front. Georgina Oliver also going very well for Great Britain, and Süpürgeci also of Turkey. Jara is well behind. Tatiana McFadden is going to win this. Very impressive for Tatiana McFadden. She wins 28.41. Oliver will be second just for Britain. And Jara came back very well for Argentina, but 28.41, a very, very fast time. It's a personal best as well for Tatiana McFadden, and it is 2 seconds clear of the winning time from the first semi-final. Tatiana McFadden is in absolutely brilliant form. Just look at her go here. Solid in the first 50, but once she hit the closing straight, well, she really hit her stride. A little nudge just to get her straight in line, and she was not going to be stopped from there.
Extraordinary story of Tatiana McFadden. She was adopted from a Russian orphanage. She was basically left for dead at the orphanage, and then her mum adopted her, an American who was working as a US envoy in Russia. Took her back to the States, and she clearly was a fighter because she didn't die in the orphanage, and she's now become just a super Paralympic athlete.
Yes, 28.41, a personal best for Tatjana McFadden, and Oliver was pipped in the end for third place by Hannah McFadden. So it was McFadden 1 and 2, and they both progress to the World Final.
Got another Hannah coming up soon, a real legend of Paralympic sport. Hannah Cockcroft of Great Britain will be going in the next race.
So these the 8 who progress to the final of the T54 women's 200 metres.
So 32 degrees here in the stadium. You're listening to ParalympicSport.tv. Probably watching it as well, but you're listening to me, Jeremy Nicholas, and Will Downing. And if you want to send a message of support, then our Twitter feed is at IPC Athletics, at IPC Athletics, and there's some real legends of the sport coming up later this afternoon. Marcel Hoog of Switzerland, perhaps want to shout out to him. I'm sure loads of people back in Ireland will be watching Jason Smith in action, the fastest Paralympian on the planet. Let's just have a look at the shot put again with the Algerian.
Safia Jalal, her third attempt. The second was a foul, but that's beyond 10 metres, 10.36, her best so far. Angelis Ortiz currently leads, 11.43 for Mexico, ahead of Nassima Saifi of Algeria, 11.18.
Bulgarian and the German still to throw. Algerians about to have a third throw. See if she can make up any ground. 10.89 that was the third throw.
It's a personal best for her. 10.85 was a lifetime best set earlier this year. So she's limbering up for it. 10.89. The longest throw for Angelis Ortiz was her last one. Same case with Nassima Saifi. So they've all been gradually improving. Jalal has been also. And looking to crack 11 metres for the first time in her life, but that's not it. Only just beyond 10. Enough power beyond it, but again they are all going beyond 10 metres. 10.36 was her opening round throw, 10.89 last time out. 10.39.
Competitors coming to the start line for the women's 200 metres T34. We'll bring you that when it starts live. Just staying with this just for the time being. But do watch out, Hannah Cockcroft going in that one, and Amy Siemens of the Netherlands as well.
So this the penultimate attempt for Jalal. Well, she gets a white flag again, but just beyond 10 metres. So again, not really a major improvement. Stella Neva of Bulgaria and Ilka Wailuda of Germany are the two remaining competitors in this. 10.73 was her fifth round attempt, which was extraordinarily good, and but for a few minutes ago would have been a lifetime best. So can she get over 11 metres and maybe get into the top 2? She's third for now, but even if she'd only thrown at 5 metres, being the third to throw, she'd only be third by now. Well, she's put in the performance of her life, I think. 10.89, her best so far. Third place going into that, and I suppose the body language suggests it hasn't really improved.
Just a replay of her last throw there in the shot put. She's done very well indeed. She looks delighted with that. She'll strap herself.
10.73 again, she stays in third.
So let's get across to that women's 200 metres, the T34. This is where Hannah Cockcroft from Great Britain goes, and Hannah has a personal best of 30.64. She's the world record holder in a time of 31.23, set in Indianapolis in July last year. And Hannah Cockcroft, her philosophy is that she refuses to lose. She was unbeatable at London 2012. She roared to 2 gold medals. 80,000 home spectators helped cheer her on. Here's Christian Messer of the United States, season best 39.17, a PB of 38.78. In lane 2 from Japan. Haruka with the season's best 42.90.
Lane 3, she's the Paralympic champion.
Here's the champ.
And the world record holder, representing Great Britain.
Hannah Cockcroft, born in Halifax back in 1992. Went to Loughborough University Talent Day at the age of 15, where she tried out wheelchair racing for the first time. Before that, she competed in swimming, seated discus, wheelchair basketball and rugby. She's a bit of an all-rounder, and she's expected to win this event. From the Netherlands, it's Desiree Vranken. PB of 34.85. But it's the other Dutch girl outside of her that's the more fancied, Amy Siemens. Has a personal best of 33.37. The only one realistically with any chance of catching Hannah Cockcroft. Rosemary Little of Australia. Rachel Burrows, PB 37.86. And the Union Jack also being proudly worn by Melissa Nichols of Great Britain with a personal best of 35.93, and she could well go very well indeed. She's got a season's best of 36.07. So you'd expect that Hannah Cockcroft would be a very comfortable winner here. The 2 Dutch girls and the other Briton would be the only real competition, but we shall see what happened, because I completely misread it before with the American. Sherry Madsen proving me wrong. Hannah Cockcroft, the world record holder in the T34, and she's off to a great start. She's in lane 3, Hannah Cockcroft, storming away, coming around this bend here. They just can't keep up with her. Hannah Cockcroft from Halifax, absolutely storming away with it in lane 3, getting enormous cheer as she comes. She's unbeatable at London 2012. Hannah Cockcroft easily in the lead here, as expected. The Dutch girls going very well indeed, but it's Rosemary Little of Australia who's coming in there. Little of Australia and Siemens of the Netherlands, and Vranken also from the Netherlands. So there we are, that is a fantastic win for Hannah Cockcroft. Gold goes to Cockcroft.
Well, wasn't that a scintillating start, though? And it is a new championship record as well. 31.78, almost 2 seconds clear of Rosemary Little. A continental record for Australia in second place, 33.73. But Hannah Cockcroft, fantastic last year, and she's kept the same form up here.
She is. She says she refuses to lose, and she refused to lose here again today. Unbeatable in London, and so far unbeatable in Lyon. A championship record, 31.78. Rosemary Little with that new Australasian record, and a season's best for Amy Siemens from Holland to clinch the bronze medal. And the rest of the field, Desiree Vranken coming in 4th place. But just look how smooth Hannah Cockcroft is. Yorkshire girl goes over the line, and she gives a big puff, but as if to say that was tough, but it really wasn't, Hannah. You were head and shoulders above the rest of them. great win for Hannah Cockcroft in the women's final of the T34, the 200 metres. And we're expecting always a lot when we see Hannah Cockcroft, and she never ever disappoints.
Well, it was a great display from Hannah Cockcroft, who adds the world title to her Olympic success.
So confirmation there, 31.78. Rosemary Little gets the silver. Amy Siemens getting bronze, 33.73 and 34.54. Then it's Desiree Vranken, Melissa Nichols, Rachel Burrows, Haruka Katora and Kristen Messer. So we're going to have my tune later today. God Save the Queen will be playing here, and I'll be standing up as a proud Brit cheering on Hannah Cockcroft.
So Cockcroft reigning supreme on the track, and that a marvellous first gold medal for Britain in the opening afternoon session. So to the men's discus, this is the F11 final, and for Spain, the London 2012 champion David Casino Sierra. It's not quite 40 meters, and it's still a really good distance. 36.85 puts him into the lead with his first round throw. And after 2 rounds of the 6, Casino Sierra leads 36.85 ahead of Vasyl Lichinsky of Ukraine and Sergio Paz of Argentina. Sierra won gold at London 2012, Lichinsky the silver. Well, we're staying at the 200 meters for the next track action, but it's back to the discus for Edwin Rodriguez Gonzalez of Colombia. Just managed to get it beyond the first marker. Had a foul in the first round, so needs something steady, something around 30 meters in order to give him an opportunity of getting 6 throws. It's better than that, 32.03, and he goes into 8th place for now.
Coming up very shortly, we'll be seeing our first sight of Jason Smith, fastest Paralympian in the world. We'll be excited about that, see a fellow Irishman in action.
So this is the men's 200 meters T13. There are 3 semi-finals. This is the first of those. And for Brazil, Andre Andrade. Jason Smith does go in this. There's no Alexei Lamsin, who's been his tightest rival in this discipline in recent years. Ivan Stoyev of Bulgaria is in lane 4. Now here's Jason Smith. He was in the able-bodied Morton Games in Dublin on Wednesday night. He won his semi-final very well, very strongly, pulled out of the final, complained of a little bit of tightness, but he's here, he's fine, and he's able to compete. The double sprint champion, London 2012 and Beijing 2008. Songwon Lamsan of Thailand is in lane 6, 23.13 as personal best, 2 seconds slower than Smith.
Representing Mexico.
Benjamin Gonzalez of Mexico is in 7th. Nominally the second fastest behind Smith of the field here. And Tobias Jonsson of Sweden, he goes in lane 8. Smith is the only man of this field to have won international medals before at a global standard. Still aiming to qualify for the IAAF World Athletics Championships in Moscow, competed in the Europeans in Barcelona in 2010. There's the first Paralympian to compete in that. Alexei Orakov of Russia is a non-starter. So it's Andrade of Brazil in 2, Stoev of Bulgaria 4, Smith of Ireland in 5, Lamzan Thailand 6, Zales of Mexico 7, Jonsson of Sweden is in lane 8. Lane 5, the one to watch for Jason Smith. He is the world record holder, 21.05 in winning gold at London 2012. And away first time, and Smith solidly out of the blocks. He's already overtaken Lamzan of Thailand in lane 6. Smith looking very strong as they hit towards the bend here in this men's 200-metre semi-final. And it's Jason Smith well ahead of the rest. He can afford to ease up even now. Gonzalez well behind in second place, and the Brazilian Andrade decent in third. But it's Jason Smith all the way. He's going to win this semi-final very well. He'll be fastest, 21.57. It's half a second outside his world record, but it's a really good strong time by Smith, and he just knew he was going to win that. Jason Smith takes it, easing up largely, 21.57, very good form, and the tightness that was reported at the Morton Games in Santry in Dublin on Wednesday night, no worries at all. He's perfectly fit, in fine fettle, and just look at him go here. Hit the bend very comfortably. T13 for those of a minimal visual impairment, and there was nothing impairing Smith there. He was away, he was clear, and he looked a winner all the way. He's favourite for gold, and you can see why.
And do you think that he is likely to get in the team for Moscow in the IAAF Championships? He was very close last time, wasn't he?
Well, realistically, he only needs, I think, a B standard in order to go through. The way the Irish work it is if they have one athlete with a B standard, they generally go. If they have two athletes with a B standard, then none will get there unless they reach the A standard. And the A standard, mainly 100 is his better event, realistically. That's the event in which he performs best in the able-bodied competition. I mean, the man's a national hero. You cannot pass a garage in Ireland without seeing his beaming vista staring back at you. 21.57 is winning time. Benjamin Gonzalez of Mexico second, a personal best 22.74, decent time. Andrade will have to wait. First two plus the two fastest losers go through from each of the three semi-finals.
And you say his face is at garages, is it?
Yeah, one of his major sponsors is an Irish petrol company called Topaz, who are a local company. I think they took over the operations of one of the big Scandinavian giants 5-6 years ago, and really excellent athlete. And in terms of the Paralympic Games, in terms of Ireland, he's done very, very well indeed. He and Michael McKillop, along with a few others, have really put parasport on the map in Ireland.
So let's get back and see what's happening in the discus while we've been away. In the lead was the Spaniard. And let's have a look at the man in third place at the moment. Lizhnitsky of the Ukraine, third in the rankings at the moment, with a throw of 34.49. At the moment, Argentina in the silver medal position and Spain in the lead. Here's the Ukrainian. Looks a decent one, gets the white flag. Also got the women's shot put going on at the moment. Mexico in lead at the moment, ahead of Bulgaria and Algeria. And in the men's long jump, Ukraine, who are having a great game so far. Pavlik, who we saw with that world record, still leading ahead of the two Poles at the moment. Lizhnitsky just being led away from the discus. Bring you the second of those semi-finals in the Jason Smith's discipline very shortly, the 200 metres T13. And the confirmation 34.22 for Vasil Lizhnitsky, so not as fast as far as his furthest one. So let's have a look at the runners and riders in this second semi-final. We've already seen Jason Smith destroy the field. This is the field for the second semi-final. People to look out for in this one would be the Russians, Zverev and Mambala Johannes of Namibia. That's Edgar Clavins in lane 3, season's best 24.13. She set this year, it's his PB. Hugo Cavagao of Portugal. Something we started seeing with Usain Bolt and people at the games where the sprinters like to do a little gesture. The Russian joining in here. he's the man I would expect to win this heat. Alexander Zverev.
Representing Bulgaria.
22:07 is Zverev's best time. Zlatanov of Bulgaria. 23:33, his personal best. And there's the Namibian in the outside lane. That's Johannes. 22:75, his personal best, which he set this season. And just going back to lane 2 because we missed the start of that, and there's Galano of Cuba. Has a season's best, 23:08. So we're looking for Johannes in the outside lane, Zverev of Russia in lane 6. So they're under starters' orders. Set. And they're away, and Zverev of Russia in lane 6, away very well indeed. He's catching up Zlatanov of Bulgaria, and the Namibian Johannes going well. It's Johannes in the lead as the bend unfolds. We're looking for the first 2 in each heat, and at the moment Zverev is out of it because it's a great run from Johannes. Johannes is going to get there. It's the Bulgarian who might just have been caught by the rush to the line, but definitely Johannes qualifying for Namibia, and then we'll have to see who is second there out of Zverev, who was finishing very strongly, and the Bulgarian Radoslav Zlatvanov, who looked to have second place all sewn up. So it's confirmed that Johannes has got first place. Zverev did just pip the Bulgarian for second place, 22.39. So they're the qualifiers. Johannes in 21.80, Zverev in 22.39. And it's an area record for Namibia. Time of 21.80. Zverev of Russia had got a season best with 22.39, and personal bests for Galano of Cuba and Zlatvanov of Bulgaria, both setting personal bests, but they're 3rd and 4th, and we'll have to wait and see if they are fast enough to get through to the final, because it's the first 2 in each heat from the 3 heats, and the fastest 2 losers will also go through to the 8-man final.
Well, we've got very strong viewership on television across Southern Africa, and I know that those of you watching in Namibia will be delighted how Nambala Johannes has done there. A very, very strong time. 21.80 is a new African continental record, with Zverev of Russia in second place.
More information on Twitter as things unfold. Some quotes from some of the athletes. It's at IPC Athletics. Just getting some goodwill messages in for Jason Smith. Padraig Moran says, well done Jason Smith, great run, 21.57, good luck in the final tomorrow.
He actually works in radio. He's a football reporter, and he competes in the Paralympic sport in the para sport of boccia. He's very good. He was world champion at one stage, but he's a football reporter on radio back in Ireland, is Padraig Moran, and hopefully watching us. Marcin Milczarek of Poland in the men's long jump. He's currently lying in 3rd position. This is penultimate attempt, 5:05, his best so far in round 3. And he's currently in the medals by 5 centimetres from Brayden Davidson of Australia. And has he broken the mark that he wanted there? Well, he didn't break the plasticine. Gets the white flag. Roman Pavlik with a world record earlier with his first attempt, 5:44. His 3rd attempt to 5:40 was also better than the world record that stood heading into this competition this lunchtime. 5:21, Milczarek's personal best set this year. It was a standing lead. This is the 2:36 category, 4:60, but at least he's consistent. Remains 3rd.
Message coming in from Gemma Lee on the Twitter feed at IPC Athletics. Obviously a fan of Australian Paralympic sport, says, yes, Rosemary, well done, my blood was pumping. And Gemma Lee so excited, it's all in capitals, and I'm guessing that is for Rosemary Little, who we saw medal for Australia.
Mariusz Sobczak of Poland. At the moment, they hold 2 of the 3 medals, 5.22. His best so far in the 3rd round. Needs to improve by 23 centimetres to get into the gold medal position. Would be a world record as well. That's how high the standard is in this competition today. And he'll be pushing it. And again, that looks beyond 5 meters. And it's a white flag for Sobczak. 5:31, his personal best set earlier this year, but even that would not be enough to move him up a place into gold. Needs 5:45 for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the athletes for the 3rd.
Message on Twitter from Dean Griffin, watching the IPC Athletics and looking forward to watching our friend Jade Jones 11 in the 5K. Go Jade, go. Send your messages on Twitter at IPC Athletics. And we've had some fantastic action so far today. The Ukrainians doing well, the Brazilians have been going very well. We've seen some fantastic throwing, some fantastic jumping.
So now this is the 3rd and last semi-final of the men's 200 meters T13. You've seen Hideki Hiratani of Japan. This is Chad Paris of Australia in lane 3.
Lane 4, representing Switzerland.
For Switzerland in 4 is Philipp Handler.
Lane 5, representing South
I'll tell you, by
Africa.
the way, the athlete from Palestine, Mohamed Fanouna, doesn't start, and neither did the Palestine athlete in semi-final 2, Eamon Braig. So I wonder if there's a problem with the team, whether they've got here or not.
Representing Algeria.
Kenya did not get here, by the way, just to clarify what we were saying earlier this morning. Jonathan and Tutu of South Africa in 5. This is Jamil Nasser of Algeria in 6.
Yes, the whole Kenyan team, no visa problems.
It's astonishing for a major world championship that one of the teams in the world championship will be turned down for a visa,
Particularly
speaking.
a country like Kenya with such a proud tradition in athletics.
Brayden Dolphin of Canada in 7 and Abdullah Yakin of Turkey is in lane 8. So I can only fathom there's been a problem with the Palestine athletes as well, because the 2 they have here are not here. Anyway, semi-final 3 of the men's 200 meters T13. It's Adani of Japan in 1, Paris of Australia in 3, Handler Switzerland 4, and Tutu South Africa 5, Nasser Algeria 6, Dolfo Canada 7, and Yakin of Turkey is in lane 8. They've had decent sprinters lately.
Jonathan and Tutu in this. I remember him from London. Very, very good. I like a prediction roll.
And away they go first time, and 2, 2 and 5 is the man to watch. Also going well for Australia in 3 is Chad Paris, but right now 2, 2 and Nasser are both looking very strong indeed. And 2, 2 hits the bend just in front. Nasser just behind in second place. Paris, watch him go as well for Australia. But it's in 2, 2 at the moment for South Africa. And 2, 2 is handling on, and Nasser will take second place. And it was Handler who came through in 3rd, ahead of Paris for Australia in 4th. That was a very good, well-run race. That was 22.41, and in terms of racing, that's the best race we've seen across the semi-finals so far. But Jonathan and Tutu took it for South Africa, ahead of Nasser of Algeria, then Handler and Paris, and they all have Jason Smith to catch up on.
Yes, and Tutu looked very, very good there, but I don't think he's going to be good enough to catch Jason Smith. But very impressive. A very small runner, Jonathan and Tutu, compared to the other athletes in this race, but beautifully formed, and he's just pumping action. It's just fantastic the way he runs. And there we are, that's a season's best for him, 22.40. Nasser also got a personal best, he's the other qualifier. Philipp Handler with a PB, and Chad Paris with an area record. So you can't say that they didn't give their best for that when you've got the first 4 with the season's best, 2 personal bests, and then a continental record.
And that has been rounded down to 22.40. He was really pushing it in 2-2. Nasser second with a personal best of 22.55. Handler 22.91. We'll have to wait, but not for long. He'll know in a few moments whether he's made it through as the fastest loser. And a continental record, area record for Chad Paris of Australia in 4th, 0.97.
Talking of Australia, Julie Charlton on the Twitter feed says, congratulations to my good friend and coach, Rosemary Little, for bringing home a silver for Australia. It was a great performance from Rosemary.
Now the men's discus final. And this is David Casino Serrera of Spain. And that is a good long throw by him. Well, he was in the lead, 36.85 from the opening round. This is even better. 37.67, and he's even further in the lead now by 3 meters. And this is F11 only. He's leading Sebastian Baldassari of Argentina in second place, Sergio Paz of Argentina in third, and it is F11, so there's no points here. It is distance and distance only, and this for those with complete visual impairment. They are totally blind.
Casino Sierra with the best throw so far. I used to drive a car, a Ford Sierra, and that discus is certainly motoring.
And did you gamble in a casino?
No, I don't gamble. No, I've never gambled in my life. I don't even bet on the Grand National. I just worry too much about losing.
Okay, we're moving to the men's long jump now, and this should be Davidson of Australia. Brayden Davidson currently lying in fourth place. We're in the final round. Roman Pavlik still leads, 5:44, the world record. Maria Sobczak of Poland second, 5:22. Marcin Milczarek, Poland third, 5:05. And Brayden Davidson with 5 meters dead. Continental record, area record in fourth place. Needing to improve by 6 meters. Body language says no. Petropoulos of Greece in fifth. 3:35. So his first attempt was his best. Fourth for him, and he's outside the medals.
So that was Brayden Davidson of Australia. Here's the standings.
Pavlik, Sobczak, Milczarek. The medals between Ukraine and Poland. Poland will gain 2, but will they get the big one? Ukraine won 2 gold medals earlier today. Andrei Holovets in the men's shot put, and Andrei Onofrienko in the T37-38 men's long jump. But now, back to the track, women's 200 T12.
We'll keep you right up to date with what does happen in that long jump. Let's have a look at the runners and riders here. That's Zhu of China, personal best 24.66. This is the T12 category for athletes with a visual impairment, and the guide will be Li Ji.
Representing Spain.
Couloir 5, représentant l'Espagne, Eva Engui Enchama.
Eva Engui Enchama of Spain, running without a guide runner. And we're expecting a Mexican and a guide in lane 7, but they haven't shown. So it's just the 2 runners in this, or the 3 runners with the guide. So Zhu of China has the fastest time up against Engui Enchama of Spain. So just taking to the blocks, and I promise you we will bring you up to date with what's happening in that long jump. But we're going to stay with this race. I'll bring you the long jump after this. So Zhu of China in lane 3 and Engui Enchama of Spain in lane 5. And away they go. And it's Zhu of China on the inside, and Engui Enchama of Spain in lane 5. And the guide runner Li Ji, also of China, and the Chinese girl in the lead here, Zhu of China. She did so well in London, and she's storming away here, and in the lead with her guide runner. Now she's going to have to make sure that the guide runner doesn't go across the line first. He will slow down. It nearly went horribly wrong. It nearly went horribly wrong because he let go, and she's gone over the line, but she was well ahead of the other girl. But just for a while it looked a bit as though she was going to stop short of the line. Will's got his hands on his head. Zhu Gao of China, and she's done it, but just made a little bit of hard work of it at the end. So you can see she has the male guide runner here, Li Ji, and he's allowed to be ahead of her during the race, but what has to happen as they go across the line, he has to slow down and she has to break through the tape. Well, there's not a tape there, but if there was, she would have to break through the line first. And just see what happens here. She's looking across to him. She thinks, I think, that is the line. He stops and she goes over the line, but they've not infringed any rules or anything. And so that will be it, but she almost seemed to stop there.
It was absolutely extraordinary, and for one moment the guy did not know where his athlete was, Li Ji, but Xiao Guoha, who was the 100 metres gold medalist at London 2012, oh, what a howler that could have been. And it would have meant we'd have had only one finisher in that heat, and even Guillen of Spain, but he stopped in time, because if he hadn't, they'd have been disqualified.
I'm not quite sure what was happening there. They're not tethered together in any way, they're just holding hands. So he stopped, which was the right thing to do, so that she would go over the line, but she seemed to think, oh, this must be the finish line, so she stopped as well. So I think we can say that she probably would have been slightly faster than that. But the worst thing would have been if she'd have stopped completely and not gone over the line. But if I was him, I'd have gone a little bit further before I let go of a hand, I think. I'm not sure who's at fault there, really, her for stopping so quickly or him for letting go of the hand too early. But it's all turned out all right.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. My advice is, if you're holding a woman's hand, hold onto it as long as you can. That's what I always say to my wife, and then I never lose her when she's shopping.
Okay, let's return to the men's long jump. This is the F36 final, and this is Marcin Milczarek of Poland. His third round jump of 5 meters 05, and that has won him the bronze medal here. Was not able to improve on that. Leaped out to 4.99 in the opening round, but that was that for him.
It's a tough ask for the Poles because the Ukrainian in the gold medal position has set a new world record in front of our eyes. So it was always going to be tough for the Poles to catch up. So definitely a bronze for Poland. Most likely a silver for them as well, and a gold for Ukraine.
So this is Mariusz Sobczak. We're watching his third attempt. It was 5.02 in the second round for him. He went out there to 5.22. But again, his final 3 attempts couldn't surpass that. He wins the silver medal, and it means a third gold medal for the Ukraine for Roman Pavlik. His world record, 5 meters 44. The third gold medal for Ukraine in these games.
Yes, won the championships already for the Ukraine. They've got 2 golds this morning, and now Roman Pavlik with a new world record in the long jump in the F36 category.
So this now the second semi-final of the women's 200 meters T12 for those with medium visual impairment. Anka Kolnikova of Slovakia in 3. Oksana Batorchuk, bronze medalist in the 100 meters, London 2012 in this for Ukraine. She won silver in this in London. And Linda Hamri of Algeria is in lane 7. They're each given a lane's grace either side in case they need a guide. And Kolnikova in 3, winning silver in Christchurch at the last World Championships in both 100 and 200. So it's only the winner and the fastest loser on their own who go through to the final. 28.04 is the target for the second placer here. Kolnikova in 3, Batorchuk in 5. Hamri is in lane 7. Away first time, solid start by all of them. Kolnikova in 3, but Batorchuk in 5 is looking very strong. Both Kolnikova and Batorchuk have medalled in previous championships. Batorchuk looking strong at the moment in the middle. Kolnikova is coming good now. Hamri a little bit behind. Between Batorchuk and Kolnikova, Batorchuk still looking strong in 5. Batorchuk is going to win this with Kolnikova in second place. Batorchuk wins 25.15. Kolnikova just behind. She's the fastest loser for now. Linda Hamri back in 3rd. And Batorchuk is through to the final, and Kolnikova, great chance of joining her. 25.14, the winning time.
The good games continue for the Ukraine. You're going to see a lot of blue and yellow, I have a feeling, in these championships.
superb team, both on the IPC and IAAF circuits, sprinting and jumping largely. They were very high in the London 2012 athletics table. More in the Paralympics, they outdid what they did in the first half of London 2012. And just sheer power here from Batorcia. In the T12, they'll only have a certain amount of limited vision. But good running by Batorcia. And she knew Kolnikova was just behind, kept it going. Knowledge that it's only the winner to go through, and that's her. Aiming to improve on the silver in the 200 from London 2012. 25.14 the winning time. Personal best for Hanka Kolnikova of Slovakia. 25.63 also for Linda Hamre in third, but she won't be going through.
And we've got the third semi-final coming up very shortly. Now the long jump has finished. Libby Clegg of Great Britain will be going in this. And the crowd in the stadium just being told about Roman Pavlik's long jump world record. 5 meters 44 to clinch the third gold medal of these games so far for the Ukraine.
Now we're going to cross back to the field events, and this is the men's discus F11 for those with total visual impairment. And at the moment it's being led by David Casino Sierra of Spain, 37.67, about 2 meters clear of Vasil Lyshinki of the Ukraine, with Argentines third and fourth, Sebastian Baldassari and Sergio Paz. And this is Sergio Paz. He lies in fourth place, 34.61. He is 24 centimeters away from the medals, and he has a compatriot just above him. Paz with a season's best of 34.03, which he surpassed. His lifetime best is 37.29, and that would be good enough for silver right now. He's given it a good go. The first line is 30 meters, the one further on is 40, and that looks square between the two. Round about his best throw, which was in the previous round, 34.61, which is in round 3. Vasil Lyshinki with the previous throw to this. Big leap into second place, 35.83. So he's now second, knocking temporarily Paz out of the medals. Can he get back in?
Very shortly we'll have the start of the final of the men's high jump, the T42, T44 classes.
He's done it, he's gone up into second place, 36 meters 09, and is 1.5 meters away from gold.
So great stuff there from Sergio Paz, just 1 meter away now. And it's really building up to be a very exciting event.
Well, they all have a guide there, double as coach and mentor, instructor. So that now means the other Argentine is outside of the medal, Sebastian Baldassari. 37.78 is his personal best, which would win gold here if nobody were to improve. Season's best, 34.08. And he's well beaten that. His best throw coming in round 3. This, round 4. 34.85 is best, but he now has to improve by 1 meter to knock the Ukrainian Lyshinki out of the medals. That's not a bad try. Again, that is around 35 meters. And that might just push him back into the medals again, but 35.84 is now the target to overtake the Ukrainian Lyshinki. Tell you how they did in a moment. It's back to the track.
Yeah, we've got more race action for you. The men's 200 meters T11.
Representing Mozambique.
Course 7 représentant le Mozambique, Maria Elisa Chavez.
Alice Carrera. Chavo of Mozambique out in lane 7. So this is the third semi-final of the women's 200 metres. Libby Clegg of Great Britain in lane 3, Alice Carrera in lane 5 from Brazil, with Chavo of Mozambique in lane 7, and it will be Clegg who will be the one to look for in this. There she is, Libby Clegg. This is the T12 category for visually impaired runners. Libby Clegg's guide will be Mikhail Huggins. Alice Carrera's guide is Jogo Silva, and Maria Elisa Muchavo of Mozambique not using a guide in this race. First in each heat goes through, and then the next fastest advances to the final. And here we are, and Libby Clegg is away well, and it's a good start too for Alice Carrera. Muchavo struggling slightly in the outside lane. Libby Clegg going very well on the inside, and Alice Carrera battling very well indeed. The Brazilian girl going well. You'd expect Clegg to come through in the second half of the race. It's Alice Carrera, but Libby Clegg coming past. Libby Clegg into the lead. Has the Brazilian got anything to come back? No, Libby Clegg's going to qualify. Libby Clegg for Great Britain qualifying, and Alice Carrera of Brazil will have to wait and see if she is a fastest qualifier. Good. Didn't look like as fast as the other race, so Libby Clegg definitely through. Alice Carrera, I suspect, has just missed out. Chavo of Mozambique finished third in that semi-final. The last of the 3 semi-finals, the women's T12 200 metres, and it was a great start from the Brazilian. Up to the bend, she was in the lead, and then Libby Clegg put her foot on the gas and came through very strongly, the British girl on the inside. She has the personal best of 25.10 to the Brazilians' 25.92, and that showed as she beat her by about a second in the end. Very good second half of the race by Libby Clegg, being guided by Mikhail Huggins. Let's see how they, you see the technique they're using is they have a sort of blue tie between the two of them. Some of the athletes we've seen have been tied together at the waist, some just hold hands. But Libby Clegg, 25.36.
Okay.
That is her season's best time for her. She qualifies. Alice Carrera setting a personal best of 25.91, so she was 0.6 of a second behind in the end. She won't qualify, and nor will Maria Elisa Muchavo of Mozambique. And let's have a look at who's in the final then. Botichuk of Ukraine with a storming run. Libby Clegg, second fastest qualifier. And let's go back to the discus action.
And this is currently being led by David Casinos Sierra. Sierra with 37.28 there. Not an improvement on his third round throw. He remains in the gold medal position with 2 rounds to go. And that penultimate round will start immediately. Edwin Rodriguez Gonzalez of Colombia. White flag. 29.08 is his penultimate throw. No improvement for him. 32.03 in the second round, still his best. Few fouls in between. Did well to get his best throw away during that time.
The athletes, when they're not throwing, going into the shaded areas.
So at the moment, it is Spain in the gold medal position. Argentina, silver with Sergio Paz. Ukraine, bronze with Vasil Vychyzinski. Sebastian Baldassari of Argentina in fourth, needs to improve by about a metre.
And those little tents that you can see, or little canopies, vital here. 32 degrees in the stadium, and those athletes do need to keep out the sun. So the men's high jump will be underway very shortly, and the men's high jump was one of the highlights for me at London 2012. I don't know if you caught any of it, but we had the three people in the podium finish all jumped 1.74 m, and it was all done on Countbank. We had the Fijian who got the gold. Now he's not here at these games. A Pole and Indian getting silver and bronze, and it'll be between them, you would think, today, but often it is so tight but it is done on countback. It's whoever has the fewest jumps if people have had the same height. So let's have a look at the competitors then in this men's high jump final. This is for T42 and T44 athletes. Got a Sri Lankan, a Pole, an American, Indian, another Pole, Egyptian, yet another Pole, and then a Brit. And this is always a very popular event with the crowd, because if anything for me sums up Paralympic sport, it is the high jump, where literally they raise the bar every time and they rise to the challenge, and it's just fantastic to see these guys get over. So 174 was the winning height in London. I don't know what we're going to see here today, but a very strong contingent from Poland, and we'll see what they can do. Just a lull in the action on the track, so let's get underway with this high jump. And the pole clearing that one. Straightforward diving over. Let's just have a replay of this. One of 3 poles in the competition. And over he goes. Gonna have a medal ceremony now.
This is the medal ceremony for the men's 5,000 metres T12, which was won in remarkable fashion earlier, and I assure you it is T12. T11 was presented this morning. Adair Santos of Brazil won that. It was a remarkable victory for the man who will shortly receive the gold medal. All of the medalists here came from North Africa. So Nasser Eddine Kafas of Algeria gets the bronze medal. Good performance by the 36-year-old. Main battle in this event was for the silver medal.
Silver medal, representing Tunisia.
Médaille d'argent, représentant la Tunisie, Abderrahim Ziyou.
Abderrahim Ziyou with the silver medal here to add to medal of the same colour he won at London 2012 in this. He was the defending champion going into it, but the way he was dethroned was really nothing short of sensational, because from the gun it was a one-man race.
Performance of the day so far for me, that's been absolutely phenomenal.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde.
The gun went, he went out in front, and he stayed out in front by a long way. Alamine Chantouf of Morocco, the 5,000 metres gold medalist at London 2012, wins the gold at 5,000 in Lyon.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's a great champion, and as a result of that, here's the national anthem of Morocco.
Merci de vous lever si cela est possible pour l'hymne national du Maroc.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
The anthems, by the way, here are being cut short. There is a 5-minute version of the Uruguayan anthem, which won't be played here. If it goes beyond a minute, it gets faded out. So that was the first minute of the Moroccan anthem.
It did seem to be faded quite harshly, didn't it? There we are, that's the rules, you're only allowed a minute.
Same was done to the Brazilian anthem this morning, and that's about 1 minute 2 seconds.
I didn't notice that. You've got more of an ear for the music.
Last few notes were just faded down. That's the way it's being done. There's
Ruthless efficiency.
no room for ceremony during the ceremonies.
Qualified for the final of the women's 200 meters T12 are now displayed on the scoreboard.
So it's back to the field events at Lyon 2013, and it's really bubbling up to be an intriguing discus final. And Vasil Lyshinsky remains in the bronze medal position. 35.83, his 4th round throw. He's just had his penultimate throw. A lot put into it, but no improvement. 35 meters 18, so he stays in 3rd place. Only needs an improvement of 26 centimeters, and he regains 2nd spot off the man we're going to see next, Sergio Paz of Argentina.
Shows incredible courage to spin round, holding a heavy discus in your hand when you can't see anything at all around you. You just have to put yourself completely in the hand of your guide. He's just checking where he's positioned there. They'll practice and practice and practice so that he knows he can throw it inside those 2 lines. So what can he do here? Spins, throws it well. Yes, they like it. They like it. Sergio Paz of Argentina. But Sierra of Spain out in the lead at the moment with a season's best. Paz has thrown his season's best already. Paz looked very happy with that one indeed. The guide pleased with it, but it's only 32.64 from the cheer that went up. I thought that might well have beaten 36.09, but perhaps it was more of encouragement. So Paz looking a bit disconsolate, going back to his seat.
Yes, 32.64 from there. It's not an improvement on the 36.09 he threw earlier, so it gives David Casino Serrera another good opportunity.
Casino Sierra has been so consistent. 3 of his throws have been above 36, 2 of them above 37.
Sebastian Baldassari is going to go now. 34.48 is best so far. 34.85 in the 3rd round. Been overtaken since then by both Paz and Lyshinsky. But they're throwing in the order that they had after the 3rd round, which is why, even though he's 4th, he's throwing now with only the leader to go in this round. That was very, very near the edge of the throwing sector. Really doesn't look as if it threatened 35 meters.
medio.
32-33. Throws 3 and 4 very strong. On the down of the peak in terms of his throws today. So here's our leader, David Casino Serrera of Spain. 37.67, season's best for Sierra so far. Alfonso Lopez Fidalgo, fellow Spaniard, is the world record holder from a meet in Madrid in 1998. 44.44. He'll take something a little closer to that to extend his lead, which at the moment is 1.58 meters. Multi-talented, also in the shot put. World champion in that. Olympic champion. Paralympic champion. And he's put a huge amount, well that's out towards 40 meters, he's increased his lead definitely. That is sensational. That is around 39 meters, and he's increased his advantage. He's doubled his advantage, trebled it. He remains the man to beat.
Very close to 40 meters, that one.
He's been Paralympic and world champion in both this and the shot.
Just kept his balance at the last minute. Looked as though he was going to go out the front there for a minute.
39.32, you saw it come up, and his lead is now 3 meters 23. The gold is almost his. So this is the situation. David Casinos Sierra. What a strong advantage that is. Sergio Paz second for Argentina, Vasilichinsky third for the Ukraine.
And Casinos Sierra adding 1.5 meters to the season's best that he'd set earlier. And so he really is the man to beat.
So now it's the semi-finals of the men's 200 meters T11. And going in this, man who set a new championship record this morning, Ananias Shikongo of Namibia, also the silver medalist at London 2012, Daniel Silva of Brazil. Gautier Makunda of France will get huge local support here, won the bronze in the 400 in London. And there's another Brazilian in this also, in Felipe Gomez. It's a strong field, and a big T11. It is complete visual impairment, so they all have guides.
200 meters T11.
It's only the winner that's guaranteed to get through to the final. And the 2 fastest qualifiers, 4 will be in the final.
And it's Gautier Makunda of France. Alongside Gautier Simonet, who's his guy. 23.67, his personal best. Daniel Silva won silver in London, bronze in the 100 in Christchurch 2 years ago. He won his first round heat of the morning. Aita Sales is his guy.
I think that's the best crowd-pleasing reaction so far. That's the most Usain Bolt-like greeting we've seen.
Ananias Shikongo of Namibia won his morning heat in a championship record 22.67 this morning. He's up for it. Evan Chiviju is his guy.
Needs to make sure he doesn't use all his energy up dancing before he starts. His guide's excited.
Brazil excellent in para-sport sprinting, and Felipe Gomez is in lane 7 alongside Jorge Borges. So Shikongo setting a new championship record this morning. Lucas Prado, who we'll see in the second semi-final, is the world record holder. So it's Makunda of France in 1, Silva of Brazil in 3, Shikongo of Namibia 5, Gomez of Brazil is in lane 7. Danny Silva and Gautier Makunda both medalled in different events at London 2012, but Shikongo, impressive. Great time this morning. He's made his name known here. Makunda, Silva, Shikongo, Gomez. being held a long time. Away first time, Silva with a good start in 3, Shikongo in 5, not bad also from Gomez on the outside in lane 7. Shikongo so strong this morning, and as they level up, it's Shikongo in 5, it's Gomez for Brazil in 7. Here comes the other Brazilian, Dani Silva in 3, but Shikongo powering towards the line. He's going to get it. He took it in the end. Silva in 2nd, Gomez 3rd. Shikongo with a big problem with the guide as well, but he just managed to pull out in front. It's a slower time than the championship record set this morning, but he still took it. 23.13. Shikongo first, and the Brazilians Silva, Gomez in 2nd and 3rd.
And I think Gomez would have got 2nd there, but he dipped too early again, and Silva just came through and took him on the line to get the place. Let's just have a look here.
Just watch the coordination. The guide of Shikongo, Evan Chaviji, shouted at him just to say take it. Didn't want him to ease up. The guide couldn't cross the line first, otherwise they'd have been disqualified.
One of the hardest things in this is to be able to tell your person when to dip for the line. And we just saw one of the Brazilians dipping a bit too early there. We saw one of the guys having to pull up very sharply just to make sure he didn't go over the line first. But it's all turned out all right. I think certainly Shikongo was the man that we expected to do well there, and Daniel Silva as well. They were the two you would expected to have gone through, but Shikongo definitely through. And Daniel Silva will have to wait.
Shikongo wins 23.13, Silva 2nd and Gomez in 3rd.
What a great race that was.
2 fastest losers go through, but Gautier Makunda, by sheer mathematics, will not progress. Back to the field and back to the high jump.
Yep, let's see what's happening in this high jump. It was very, very exciting in London 2012, the high jump. Okay, in fact, we're not going to go to the high jump just now because the discus is getting very exciting, and we've just got the last 5 throwers going in the discus to see if anyone can catch David Cassinas Sierra. He will be the last person to throw, and he's in the lead at the moment. He's betted his season's best with 39.32. And he's in gold medal position at the moment. It's Argentina behind Spain. Argentina in silver medal position with Sergio Paz and Lizhnyski of the Ukraine in bronze.
Now, we haven't seen a lot of Bill Marinkovic of Austria in this competition, and that's why down in 5th place, 3 fouls, 34.12 is best. Bronze in the last 2 major championships, London 2012 and the last World Championships in Christchurch. Lizhnyski has won silver at the last 2 major championships, gold in Beijing, and the man who currently leads, by the way, is reigning Paralympic and IPC Athletics World Champion. So Lizhnyski finding himself in 3rd place.
Here he goes, spinning his last chance to see if he can upgrade his medal. It's
not
bronze
bad.
at the moment.
35.83 was his best in the 4th round, and that might just be an improvement.
It's a legal throw, so it'll all come down to the measuring. It's going to be very close. Sergio Paz of Argentina will be watching very closely here. At the moment, he has a silver, at least. And Lizhnyski of Ukraine just waiting to see what happens. He's well back in the ring, because he does a little bit of an overbalance at the end, so he just played it a bit safe. His guide doesn't quite know whether that's going to be good enough. It's a tense moment as they wait. It's been a great game so far for Ukraine, and they're going to get another medal in this competition, but it will be a bronze because 35.18, it's not better than his best throw, his 4th throw, 35.83. So it's a bronze medal for Vasil Lizhnyski of the Ukraine. So it's going to be between Argentina and Spain for this gold medal. In 2nd place at the moment lies Sergio Paz, 36.09. And this is his last attempt. He needs to throw better than 39.32 if he's going to deprive Spain of their first gold of these games. Sergio Cassinas, very, very confident man. You reckon he was going to get the gold at the moment? He is, but what can Sergio Paz, 41 years of age?
It's out. It's a red flag.
It's out, and that means that David Casino Sierra wins the gold medal in the F11 category for Spain. It's the first gold medal for Spain. They'll be delighted with that. And David was telling us yesterday that he was confident he was going to get the gold, and he has got it. Sergio Paz, disappointment for him. A no throw on the last one. So he couldn't improve on his best throw of 36.09, but he will get a silver medal. Congratulations to him for Argentina. And David Casino Sierra of Spain takes the gold with a throw of 39.32, but can he improve on that? It is his season's best. Can he get the cherry on the icing on the cake and get a new season's best or a new personal best to go with the gold medal?
Sebastian Baldassari was due to throw fourth last, but he has one more throw here. He's throwing out of sequence, but he needs to improve by realistically 5 meters in order to deny David Casino's Sierra.
So Baldassari, it's a big ask for him. He's the only person that can stop Sierra getting this. You're absolutely right. It's there is one thrower still to go, but surely 5 meters he won't be able to improve on that. Should never call it until it's actually finished. So let's see what this chap can do. Sebastian Baldassari of Argentina. No,
That's it.
he didn't even make the grass. So he obviously slipped out of his hand some way because he was just trying to give it too much welly because he knew he had to make up 5 meters on the man. So that is confirmation now that David Casino Sierra has won the gold medal. Baldassari with a no throw. I don't think I've ever seen anyone not reach the grass before. There we are. Another medal ceremony for you very shortly. We'll just stay with this discus, I think, and see this Spanish competitor. Well, let's actually go to the track and have a look at the men's 200 meters, the T11. And we'll bring you Casino Sierra's last throw after this race. There's David Brown of the United States in lane 7, a personal best of 22.73. He's up against Lucas Prado of Brazil, who has a personal best of 22.85. It will probably be between those two, but Timothy Adolphe of France will be a very popular local favourite. And then Jesus Diaz of Venezuela on the inside lane. So we have 4 runners, 4 guides. I would expect Lucas Prado of Brazil and David Brown of the States to be competing for this one. And remember, it's only the winner definitely through, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers. And we saw that phenomenal run in the first semi-final, and it looked pretty quick for the 2 qualifiers. But Daniel Silva and Felipe Gomez of Brazil both waiting at the moment. They're potentially in with a chance of being in that final. Just depends if this semi-final is as quick as their one. Usually they would call for quiet now. I haven't seen that happen. These are for the totally blind runners with the guide runners, the T11, the 200 meters. Venezuela in 1, Brazil in 3, France in 5, and USA in 7. And David Brown from the States away very well indeed, but the Brazilians going well. Lucas Prado powering now, catching up with the Frenchman. It's going to be the Brazilian and the American. Lucas Prado inside, David Brown on the outside. It's the blue and green of Brazil in the lead, David Brown in the red of the States coming through, and it's going to be Brazil at the line. Lucas Prado of Brazil finishes in a time of 22.79. It's a very fast time, and David Brown of the States will have to wait and see if he's fast enough to qualify, but it was a good time. Brown 23.02. So outside his personal best and his season's best, but a good run from Lucas Prado. 22.78, that is a new personal best for Prado. He qualifies. David Brown 23.02, Timothy Adolphe finishing in 3rd. Prado time of 22.78. With his guide, Lyon Martins, David Brown in 23.02, Timothy Adolphi 23.89, and Jesus Diaz setting a personal best but finishing last in that semi-final. So impressive stuff from Lucas Prado.
And also from David Casinos Sierra of Spain, who successfully retains his world title in the men's discus. There was a foul in the last round, it really didn't matter. He is numero uno.
Very confident man. So his best throw, 39.32, that is a season's best for him, and it's good enough to win the first Spain gold medal of these championships. So I said Lucas Prado set a personal best with 22.78. That can't be right, because his world record time is 22.48, and your world record is always going to be your personal best. So the 22.78 certainly not to be sniffed at for Lucas Prado.
So Spain's gold in the discus for David Casinos Sierra, 39.32, with Sergio Paz getting the silver for Argentina and Vasyl Leszczyński of Ukraine the bronze.
So we're showing you all of the races and all of the field action here on Paralympic Sports TV. We've seen some fantastic action. We saw Tatiana McFadden in the 200 metres T54, where she beat her sister. We saw a fantastic win for Hannah Cockcroft. We'll be seeing her medal ceremony later. And we've seen some fantastic action today. We've seen some great performances for Ukraine. Let's bring you up to date with the high jump. So Lucas Mamkazars of Poland in the lead. It's the Egyptian Hamada Hassan and the Indian Girisha.
Interesting thing is that Jeff Skiba, who won the gold at Beijing 2008, silver medalist last year, no mark, and there's only 4 who are still in this competition. He couldn't clear his opening height.
So one of the things that happens in the high jump, because it's so often done on countback, then lots of the competitors do decline to come in. So actually the American hasn't even jumped yet at that height. It's not that he hasn't posted one, he's chosen not to. Now it's a risky strategy, this, Will, isn't it, when they decide to do this, because they're gambling on the fact that when it gets to a certain level they will be able to get over it. But what could happen, for the sake of argument with the American, is that he fails to get on the board at all. But because it's all done on countback, quite a few competitors have got a dot. There's 3 things you can get in the high jump. You can get the circle, which means you've got over it. There's the cross, which means you didn't get over it. And there's the dot, which means you didn't even attempt it, because you don't want to lose out on countback. But the danger of not doing any jumps is that you might end up just getting 3 crosses for the first time you jump. So it's a risky strategy. But quite a few of the competitors have decided to do that, including the Pole, the Brit, the American, and the Sri Lankan. Sri Lankan has now come in and failed with his first jump.
Mesdames et messieurs, cérémonie protocolaire du lancer du poids masculin F12.
Such fine margins in this competition. Keep you up to date with what's happening in high jump. He's in the lead, but only because he's been jumping. There's some other people who haven't jumped at all that will expect to possibly overtake him.
Et le président du comité d'organisation des championnats du monde d'athlétisme paralympique Lyon 2013, Monsieur.
So we've got a medal ceremony coming up for you here.
This the F12 from this morning. Russia did well in this, but didn't get the ultimate prize. Sergei Shatilov getting the bronze medal.
I can imagine this being enormously popular, this win back in Ukraine, because there's nothing they would like better than to see a Ukrainian getting the gold, with the two competitors from Mother Russia either side having to settle for silver and bronze. Fantastic sporting nation from Ukraine, and he was a very happy chappy when he won his gold. Bronze for Russia.
Representing the Russian Federation.
Silver to Vladimir Andriushchenko, who was the defending champion from Christchurch 2011, silver medalist at London 2012, silver medalist in Lyon also.
I still haven't discovered the name of the lion. They all get given a little toy lion, and I have asked people, and people say it's the lion for Lyon, the Lyon lion. But what I'm trying to find out is, does he have a name? Is he called Lenny or Leo or something?
Gold medalist and world champion.
If you are following us on Paralympic Sport TV and you know what that lion's called, send us a tweet at IPC Athletics, at IPC Athletics. Because I can't find anyone that knows what that lion's called.
Here's Andrei Holovets of the Ukraine, who will get a lion and a gold medal. The London 2012 champion gets victory in Lyon also.
Will the Ukrainian anthem come in under 1 minute? Because they only get a minute before it's faded down. We shall see.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Ukraine.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si cela est possible pour l'hymne national de l'Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les
It
médaillés
did get
mondiaux.
faded. The Ukrainian anthem was too long. And he's smiling now, but during that anthem, he had a face on him that looked very serious. If my nana had still been alive, she'd have said, "Oh, someone looks serious." So the two Russians and the Ukrainian leave the podium with the two ladies dressed in period costume, who must be very hot, 32 degrees, and they are wearing full medieval gear. Very heavy fabric, it's not that Climalite type technology. They didn't have that in the Middle Ages. And they were part of the pageant that we saw at the opening ceremony last night, depicting 800 years of history here in Lyon. What is noticeable is that the spectators have mainly opted for the areas in the shade, under the trees. In the bleachers, there's quite a few empty seats, but in the shaded areas, there's loads of people. It is very, very hot here.
And the athletes have two.
For the men's javelin throw, F57-58.
Mesdames et messieurs, cérémonie protocolaire du lancer du javelot masculin F57-58.
Medal ceremony now for the men's javelin, F57, F58. And it very much went to form, as the result from London 2012 was repeated exactly here.
Exciting news in from Ryan Montgomery one of our colleagues. The Lyon is called Lyon. So that's just the name of the place, really. That'd be like the mascot in London being called London.
So Raid Salem, who won bronze in London, claims the bronze in Lyon also. That's precisely what happened to Claudio Santos in Brazil. He was the runner-up at London 2012, and he is here also.
It's very exciting, this javelin competition, wasn't it? It was to and throw right up to the last throw. The last throw of the dice or the last throw of the javelin. Notice the medals have got holes in them. That's so you can hang them on your hook back in your locker afterwards.
Gold medalist and world champion, representing the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And the London 2012 champion from Iran does it again in Lyon. Mohamed Kalvandi takes the honours here. And gold and glory is his also.
Now, how many of you at home will recognise the national anthem of Iran?
For the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, sing along if you know the words.
And it's the top of the podium for all. Well, that's what he wanted anyway, our champion. But he has victory too.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champions, medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
And now he does get his wish of allowing the silver and bronze competitors to come up on the middle podium. He wanted them up earlier for the anthem, but it's against guidelines and they had to go back to their respective little shelves. He's only allowed to be on the top shelf. It's nice to see him inviting them up there. Nice gesture from the Iranian, very proud champion. And off he goes with his medal. Now, Will, you claimed you would have recognised the Iranian anthem. If we played it for you, would you have said, "I know what that is"?
Yes, because I'd have known it was coming up.
Yeah, because of the Iranian, yes. But if we're playing a beat the intro style pub quiz competition and I said, name this anthem, would you be able to say yes, Iran?
More than likely. Men's high jump final. This is where we are at the moment. Shaz of Poland in the lead, Hassan in second place, Nagara Jagauda of India in third, and no mark recorded yet against Jeff Skiba, who we eliminated early. He's still here.
He's been let back in on appeal on account of the fact he hasn't actually jumped yet, and we'd knocked him out before he'd had a go. But it's a very brave strategy not to have entered any of the first rounds.
Third and final attempt at 170 for Hamada Hassan of Egypt. Cleared 165 at the first attempt. I can tell you that Nagara Jawada of India had 3 attempts at 170 and failed them all. He's currently in third place, but Skiba, Labiato and Broom Edwards have yet to go.
Look at his arms, he's built like a sprinter. vein in the muscles in his arms. Here he goes.
That's it.
Yeah, he's never going to clear that. So he's out of the competition, Amada Hassan. With he cleared 165, but that was his third attempt at 170, and so he exits the competition.
Il était 44 et donc il est le classement se fera au point des points qui sont en fonction de la catégorie des athlètes.
Well, Lyle, Patty Wheeler needed 2 attempts to clear 170. So of those who have jumped already, there's only 2 left. Bar goes up to 175. We're told now that Jeff Skiba is also due to skip this, as will the Piatto of Poland and Jonathan Broom-Edwards of Britain. They fancy their chances at a greater height.
You could say that Skiba has decided to skip another one.
Concentrate on Patty Wheeler for now. There is track action on the way. Ow! Narrowly. Came close, but no joy.
Women's 800 metres in the T11 category will be the next event on the track. And we can see them just down in front of us, 2 laps of the track. And they start on the bend just in front of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the athletes for the men's category.
So let's have a look at these women's 800 metres. World record in this event is 2:17.66 by Tracy Hinton of Great Britain. That was in Canada, Quebec, in August.
Troisième des derniers Jeux paralympiques et détenteur du record du monde dans la catégorie F33, représentant l'Algérie, Kamel Karjena.
So Luzanne Kutsia of Republic of South Africa with Brookston Veermark as the guide on the inside lane. Don't have a personal best time for her this year, which either means she didn't want to put one in or she wants to keep it quiet that she's better than she is, but we'll see. So Luzanne Kutsia of South Africa. Now the person to watch in this race will be Annalisa Minetti of Italy with a PB of 2 minutes 24.74, a season's best of 2:25.20 with the guide Stefano Chialella. And Annalisa Minetti, very much the person to beat in this race.
Mesdames et messieurs, les noms des participants pour cette finale du lancer du javelot sont affichés sur l'écran géant.
But before that, the second attempt of Lal Patawila of Sri Lanka at 1.75 m in the men's high jump, T42/44. That one went down with the back, straight down. He'll have one more try. Lucas Mamcrash has also had one failure at 175.
They very much either get over or they don't in this, and that was always going to be a don't.
Well, he came in late. 170 was his first height. Needed 2 attempts to clear that. Now 2 failures at 175.
It's almost like a game of chicken, where you're going to see who's going to be the... But no, I don't think I will jump this time. I wonder if it could go up to a really high height. Say, no, I'm still not going to jump.
Lucas Amstats of Poland cleared 165, 3 attempts at 170, and this is his second go at 175. Lena Isambieva suffered from this a little bit in the women's pole vault before, but straight over. Superb. Second attempt, 175, and he's still in the hunt. He's the first man to clear that mark, so at the moment, he's in the lead.
Very impressive, throwing himself forwards. Getting that leg over behind him. It's incredible the way they propel themselves without having the momentum that a two-legged athlete would be able to generate. Annalisa Minetti just being introduced to the crowd, the Italian, T11 category. There she is. That's Minetti. She's the one we would expect to qualify in lane 3. She's got the South African insider, Kutsia. Outside is the Turkish competitor, Oksan, and Trujillo of Mexico. There's Ozcan with the Kus, the guide. Looks very, very emotional about it all. And an amazing height differential between Mexico's Sandra Trujillo and her guide is massive. He almost looks like he's taking a child out for a walk. He's so much taller. So that's Mexico in lane 7. And away they go. And it's Minetti who's away well in lane 3 for Italy. Kutsia of South Africa's got a bit of ground to make up. It's a good start too for Ozcan of Turkey, and Trujillo of Mexico in the outside lane, going very well indeed. So they will break down the back straight, and this has to be done with a great deal of caution. And Minetti just tucked in second place, which she'd be very happy to be, but no, she's decided that, or a guide has decided, someone's decided that she's going to go into the lead. So Minetti taking the lead there, and looking very good indeed. In second place we've got Ozcan of Turkey, and then it's the Mexicans in third place, Sandra Trujillo. But it's a very impressive start by Annalisa Minetti. She has a PB of 2:22.74. Being pursued by Ozcan of Turkey and Trujillo of Mexico in third place, and the South African Kutsia can't make up any ground at the bell. But it's Minetti of Italy who looks like she's going to qualify very comfortably for this. It's the first in each heat, and then the 2 fastest that will go to the final. 4 in each of the semis, and there'll be 4 in the final. Minetti now going into the back straight, stretching out her lead now. She's getting further away from Ozcan of Turkey, and Trujillo of Mexico now beginning to tie up, and the South African Kutsia is actually catching the Mexican. But it's an impressive run here, really stretching out the field from Minetti of Italy, ahead of Ozcan of Turkey. So it's going to be Annalisa Minetti who's going to qualify here. It's a very decent time as well. Getting good applause here in the women's 800 metres, the T11. She comes around the final bend, ponytail flapping behind her, wearing the blue of Italy, being led by a guide. He will just need to tuck back when she gets near the line. He just has a look behind the guide, can see that the Turks are way back. Ozcan of Turkey will have to wait to see if she qualifies as a fastest loser, but it's an impressive opening performance from Minetti of Italy, and she literally jogs over the line, doesn't want to waste any energy for the final. And it's also in second place Ozcan of Turkey, and then it's the Mexican Sandra Trujillo in third place, and in fourth place it's Kutsia of South Africa. So Minetti definitely through, and Ozcan will have to wait and see.
Well, she took it up very early on. A little glance by Stefano Chialela, her guide, just behind, just to make sure, 30-40 metres ahead of Sumaye Ozcan and Simel Kuz. The Turkish team well behind, but Minetti, a very good solid victory in the end, 2:29.22. Nowhere near her season's best, but it doesn't matter, she's in the final. Sumaye Ozcan with a personal best in second place, 2:35.07, but Minetti very, very comfortable.
We have another Ozcan going in the second semi-final for Turkey.
Thank you.
So well done, Annalisa Minetti. Very impressive qualification.
Minetti koştu 2:35.
So 2:29.22 the winning time for Annalisa Minetti, 6 seconds clear of the PB of Sumaye Ozcan. Now back to the men's high jump, T42 and 44. Lal Patawila remains in the competition, a third clearance at 175. Lucas Mamstad's got it the second time of asking. So we're up to 180 now. He's still in fifth because of the seeding. He's F44, and all those above him are F42. Scheduled to jump next is Jeff Skiba of the United States.
Nice of him to actually have a go at.
Decides to pass again.
Yeah, Jeff Skiba has passed every single one so far, as has the pole and the bridge.
So Mamsats will jump at 180. Jeff Skiba has passed at this mark, but he hasn't got it through.
Now he made a gesture there, presumably to his coach in the stand, which looked as if to say, shall we push it up higher? So maybe he won't. Maybe he wants to pass again and go up higher. We shall see. He's very close to getting over there.
Solid technique, just couldn't clear in the end. But he had difficulties at 170, needed 3 attempts at that, 2 at 175. Lal Patawila of Sri Lanka will have a second attempt at 180, needed 3 at 175. No joy, not yet.
Shortly we'll bring you that second semi-final in the women's T11 800 metres.
So here he comes again. Never really confident. Flight wasn't bad, but the hesitation from earlier had him slightly lost. So now here is the second semi-final of the women's 800 metres T11, which was not run at London 2012. And we had Sumaye Ozcan in semi-final 1. This is Isa Ozcan in semi-final 2 in lane 1. Hassi Mustafa Dagli is her guide. Flying the flag through her shades. From Colombia, silver medalist in Christchurch, Maritza Orango Buitraga. Jonathan Daibes Sanchez Gonzalez is her guide.
Ivan
Yvonne Mosquera Schmidt of the United States in lane 7. And in 5, there should be Miroslava Sedlakova, the defending champion for the Czech Republic, alongside Mikhail Prochaska. She is there. Didn't see her close up. So this is the second semi-final of the women's 800 meters T11 for those of complete visual impairment. Aysa Ozcan of Turkey, Maritza Arango-Buitrago, the silver medalist from Christchurch 2 years ago. She goes for Colombia. Miroslava Sedlakova, the defending world champion of the Czech Republic, and Yvonne Mosquera Schmidt of the United States, an event which was not run last year at London 2012. It's an impressive start by Yvonne Mosquera Schmidt, 2:44.97, personal best. Probably not doing too badly either at the moment. Maritza Arango-Buitrago in the opening 200 meters of this 800, the second semi-final. Annalisa Minetti was well down on her season's best in winning the first semi-final, but she was well in control, and it's a similar story for the Colombian Maritza Arango-Buitrago here. She in the lead and looking comfortable. In second is Miroslava Sedlakova, the world champion of the Czech Republic, in second. And then it's Yvonne Mosquera Schmidt of the USA in third. They hit the bell. Arango-Buitrago leads ahead of Sedlakova, the world champion from Christchurch, in second. Mosquera Schmidt is in third, and way back is Aysa Ozcan of Turkey in fourth place. So it's only the winner who automatically qualifies for the final. But so far, Maritza Arango-Buitrago well in front with 300 meters to go, going comfortably ahead of the world champion, behind whom she finished second 2 years ago in New Zealand. And Arango-Buitrago going at a good pace, and maybe Sedlakova is happy with second place here, because mathematically it would only be fourth. That would definitely rule her out to the final. Pace is okay, they're being advised by the guides just how quickly they're going. Maritza Arango-Buitrago, 2:29, dared her personal best set earlier this year, and into the closing straight. Sedlakova will try and cut the gap, but it won't be enough. It'll be surely a Colombian victory here for Maritza Arango-Buitrago. She's got 40 meters to go. It'll be very close to a lifetime best. Sedlakova's quite a bit behind hers. That's 2:31.05. Maritza Arango-Buitrago wins for Colombia. Sedlakova second for the Czech Republic. And Mosquera Schmidt, who started very well, finishes in third. So certainly the Colombian is through. 2:31.03. Almost 2 seconds exactly outside of personal best. The Turkish athlete Aysa Ozcan is coming through in fourth place, and the guide allows her to go through, but certainly the big move came after 200 meters. And Arango-Buitrago very comfortable. Little glance behind by Jonathan Davis Sanchez Gonzalez, her guide, and the advice, "You're okay, girl, go on." So she wins for Colombia. Sedlakova second for the Czech Republic, and Mosquera Schmidt third for the United States. World champion finishes second, but surely, almost definitely in the final. 2:33.24 for Slovakia, that's now been confirmed. She goes through as the fastest loser. Mosquera Schmidt, though, I doubt, will make it, despite a personal best of 2:42. So Maritza Arango-Buitrago wins that semi-final and qualifies. Sedlakova, the world champion from 2011, is also through.
She also wins my unofficial award for best sunglasses of the game so far. She has the Colombian flag painted on her sunglasses. It looked like sort of almost like nail varnish, as though she'd gone into a nail bar and said, "Now when you've done my nails, can you do my sunglasses? Could I have the Colombian flag?" And very impressive it looked too. Big hello to anyone watching in South Africa on Paralympic Sport TV. I've had a couple of trips out to South Africa so far this year to do some after-dinner speaking engagements. I know how much you guys love your Paralympic sport, and if you are watching us, then Arnu Fari will be going very shortly, and he's a big hero. I know he runs in the T44 200 meters. He set a world record in the 200 metres heat at London, and then went on to break it in the final.
So, Lucas Mamsats still leads the men's high jump. He's had 3 attempts at 180 and failed them all. Same with Val Patawila. And in many ways, the real competition starts now. 3 men passed up all the way. Jeff Skiba of the United States, Maciej Lepiato of Poland, Jonathan Broom-Edwards position, and he still has quite a bit of work to do in order to get into the medals. Play your cards right, Bruce Forsyth, that's where it was. Point higher or lower, points make prizes.
I saw you do the little celebratory clap and I thought, what's happened here? And it's, you just remember, it's Bruce Forsyth, play your cards right. All right, my love, 1 point make prizes.
Good game.
Yeah.
Now for Poland, this is Maciej Lepiato, and his first attempt will be at 190. Bruce Forsyth, very well known in North America because they had Sunday night at the London Palladium on American TV and Canadian TV in the 70s and 80s when he used to do that.
And for any viewers around the world who have never heard of Bruce Forsyth, he's a British television icon, and he presents the British version of what other countries, I believe, call Dancing with the Stars. We call it Strictly Come Dancing, which is a strange name, but that's who he is. And he's the man who had the catchphrase, what do points make prizes, and that's exactly what they make in this competition, because it's all done on a point system. I suppose your catchphrase could be, what do points make medals? It could be the Will Downing catchphrase.
Very good. And the reason it's called Strictly Come Dancing in Britain is to link it with a previous ballroom dancing show called Come Dancing, which ran for 30 or 40 years, just so that the British audience would know what the competition was about.
And also the film about ballroom dancing called Strictly Ballroom by Baz Luhrmann, who went on to direct Moulin Rouge and many other great films. But we're getting slightly off topic.
Let's go back to the athletics fast. Men's 200 metres T44. It is the first semi-final that's on the way. And we have a bronze medalist from 2011 in this, in the form of one great South African.
Yes, I will. I'll pick up the commentary on this one, if I may. Speaking as someone who has a South African wife, Jerome Singleton did extremely well at London 2012. Lovely smiley character, Christoph Bausch of Switzerland in lane 4.
Lane 5, representing Italy.
In lane 5 is the Italian Riccardo Scendoni, personal best 24.07. He will be in with a shout. But this is the man we expect to qualify, Arnaud Ferry from Bloemfontein. Lost his leg in a boating accident, got caught in the propeller back in 2003. He was a rugby player at the time in South Africa for the Golden Lions. And initially lost interest in sports, but then decided that he should be more active. Graduated from Stellenbosch University, and he's employed now as an accountant in Stellenbosch. But he's a real legend in South African sport. And Jackie Marciano of Canada in the outside lane with a PB of 24.79. So it's Singleton of USA, Bausch from Switzerland, Scendoni of Italy, Ferry of South Africa, and Marciano of Canada in the T44 200 metres semi-final for men. And they go down. So Arnaud Ferry did get to the final at London 2012 and actually set a world record, although he finished 4th because 3 T43 competitors finished ahead of him, and he's a T44 competitor. That's a single leg amputee, T44 double leg amputee. And away they goes, and it's a good start for Arnaud Ferry of South Africa, who was already past the Canadian Marciano and going strongly into the bend. It's a good run also from on the inside, Jerome Singleton of the United States. Singleton now in the lead. Arnaud Ferry just tying up slightly, and he might well get caught by the Swiss athlete Christoph Bosch. He's just alert to the danger. Jerome Singleton, though, very impressive second 100 metres from the American. Jerome Singleton has won that in a time of 22.72. And Arnaud Ferry of South Africa will have to be content with second place. 22.71 for Singleton. And that's a new personal best for the American. Arnaud Ferry, 23.41, so he was running well within himself. But the American surprising us there with his pace. And it's unusual for someone to set a personal best in a semi-final because they would usually hold a bit back, and I think Arnaud Ferry was certainly holding a lot back. So qualifiers there, Jerome Singleton, Arnaud Ferry and Christophe Bausch. And Bausch equaling the European record there in a time of 23.51. Personal best also for Marciano of Canada, and also a season's best for Scendoni. So everyone setting up either a personal best or a season's best or an area best apart from Arnaud Ferry, and he's kept his powder dry, ready for the final. Confirmation there of the qualifiers, Jerome Singleton, Arnaud Ferry and Christophe Bausch. Personal best from Jackie Marciano, not enough. 22.71, a phenomenal time there from Jerome Singleton. His previous best this season, 23.33, and his personal best, 22.77.
193, Jeff Skiba, the high jump straight over. He passed 190. I should also tell you as well, Jonathan Broome-Edwards of Britain and Maciej Lepiato of Poland have both cleared 190 at the first attempt. So Skiba now goes up into second place. He scored 588 points. Lucas Mamkats, who cleared 175, but he's a different category, has scored 841 points with the season's best. But there was fine technique, no real bother for him at all. Straight over, a man who knows he is capable of much better, and he is in the silver medal position. The season's best is 2 meters dead, personal best is 2:08. And the world record is 2:12, set by Lepiato, who is still in this competition. Just to update you, by the way, in the women's shot put, we didn't see the final competitors in that because they didn't do very much. Angeles Ortiz winning gold for Mexico.
No surprises there, and now the Brit is going to have a go. Jonathan Broome-Edwards, confident strider. What can Broome-Edwards do here? Lovely, clears it with ease. Different technique, the Fosbury flop he uses. We saw the earlier competitors just doing the forward roll over it. But, more elite athletes in this discipline, and Jonathan Broome-Edwards flopping over that, and he looks as though he could well be a contender. So both him and Jeff Skiba have done well to enter the race at the last minute. As he looked, he did just slightly rattle it. But, Jonathan Broome-Edwards, he's just had 2 jumps, he's cleared them both. He only came in at 190, and he's cleared that as well as now 193. Go back for the second semi-final in the men's 200 metres T44 shortly. Athletes just coming out. Very important to hydrate, and Jonathan Broome-Edwards just making sure that he had some.
So this the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres T44. This was combined with the 43s at London 2012. World record holder goes in this, David Prince of the United States, who set it in San Antonio, Texas a month ago. Also Ronald Hertog of the Netherlands. So in the combined category at London 2012, the winner of this was Alan Oliveira, but he goes in the T43 version of this. Oscar Pistorius won the title in 2011. Ronald Hertog of the Netherlands goes in lane 3. 24-year-old, good strong Dutch contingent here. This is the world record holder now at T44. 22.47. The man in form, the man to beat. Alistair McQueen for Canada is in lane 5. His personal best set this year of 23.68, a bit behind Prince. Jared Wallace is nominally the second fastest of this field, 22.87. Personal best set this year. And on the outside, Kaita Sato of Japan. Season's best, 24.49, just outside his personal best, but has a lot of work to do in order to keep up with the men in lanes 4, 5 and 6. 22.71 was the winning time in the first semi-final by Jerome Singleton. That was a personal best. So it's Hertog of the Netherlands in 3, Prince USA 4, McQueen Canada 5, Wallace USA 6, Sato of Japan is in lane 7. And 23:51 will be the qualifying time for the fastest losers. The first 3 and the next 2 advance to the final. So Prince with the world record, desperately seeking a medal too. He in lane 4, Hertog, Prince, McQueen, Wallace, Sato. Field of 5 for this. And they're away first time. Prince, watch out for him in 4. Hertog with a lot of work, hence to do in 3. McQueen has been caught up with in 5. Also going well, Wallace for the USA in 6. It could be USA 1 and 2 here. Wallace leading very strongly. Prince in 2nd place, Hertog 3rd, and Wallace is going to take this. It's going to be very fast. 22.34. 22.34 is sensational. That's a world record. The world record is gone, and the man in 2nd place who held the world record, David Prince, has been beaten, and the world record is gone too. 22.32, the run of his life for Jared Wallace. It's a new world record. Prince in 2nd place. He's lost his mantle. He's lost his world record. Oh, what a run by Wallace. And Prince in 2nd place, 22.32. But that was just sensational by Jared Wallace. Hertog 3rd, 23.56. But look at this, even by the stagger, Wallace was well ahead. And Prince, glancing across, would have known that he had so much work to do and he couldn't pull him back. And not only was he not going to win this semi-final, but his world record was going to go away.
And you know, he could have gone even faster because he pulls up before he gets to the line. If you watch here, he could have even taken more off David Prince's world, because look, you can see him slowing down there. But Prince is 2nd, but Wallace is king of the world.
Well, we still have the final to go, but what a final that looks like it's going to be. A new world record. 22.32 for Jared Wallace. Sets the new world standard. David Prince in 2nd place, 23.32, with Hertog in 3rd, and the 1-2 from London 2012 may not be in this, but we have new men setting a new standard. These are the men going through. Wallace, Singleton, Prince, USA 1-2-3, the fastest so far. It's going to be some final.
So a real buzz in the stadium now, as this French crowd getting the news that that was a world record. They have seen the fastest ever time in that discipline. And David Prince, the former world record holder, beaten into 2nd place by Jared Wallace. Phenomenal stuff. We're going to check out what's happening in the javelin while we wait for the next wheelchair race on the track. This is the standings at the moment. Kaidi of Iran in the lead, Nouri of Morocco in 2nd, Karjena of Algeria in 3rd place at the moment. So Kaidi in gold medal position for Iran.
And not only that, but he's also set a world record with his 2nd throw, 39.31. 1,006 points so far. Karjena in 2nd place. And that won't meet the standard that he previously set. And that will be a foul. By Kamel Karjena. Well, Kaidi, utterly sensational throwing from him so far, and his standard's been very good. 37.32 was his 2nd attempt. Kaidi, the gold medalist at London 2012. Held the world record at 38.30. It's obviously a championship record as well, beating that held by Thierry Sibon of France, who was the outgoing world champion from 2 years ago, but who was not in this competition. And while they're changing the thrower, we're moving from javelin back to high jump, and it's really hotting up now. Jeff Skiba, first attempt at 2:02.
He was reluctant to start in this competition, but since he's been going, he's been doing very well. Puts in a few extra steps. Here goes Jeff Skiba. Oh, he very nearly over, but he just caught it with his backside. And that is the first one we've seen him fail at. He's cleared everything else. He's jumped Jeff Skiba, but now it's over the 2 metre mark. It's getting pretty tough for all the competitors.
He looked to have got that right. The run-up was perfectly fine. This would have been his season's best for him. He brushed off something. It might even have been his thighs. A little bit more lift.
I think it was his heel. Just caught it with his heel.
Well, he's currently in second place alongside Maciej Lepiato of Poland and Jonathan Broom-Edwards of Britain. They have all cleared 199 without a failure up to that point. But now, the final of the men's 1500 metres, T52, and going in this, the man who absolutely cleared the board at London 2012. He won 4 gold medals, not in the 1500 because there wasn't a 1500 there. Raymond Martin of the USA was sensational, winning gold in the 100, 200, 400 and 800. Stephen Toyoshi of the United States set his personal best this year of 3:48.36. Christian Torres of Colombia, likewise, 3:50 athlete he is. Raymond Martin, 3:55, personal best set this year, but he won 100, 200, 400, 800 in London. They didn't compete this discipline at London 2012. Thomas Geierspichler of Austria, PB, which is the 3rd fastest of the lot. And Naoki Matsumoto will be looking to motor here. Isaiah Rigo of the United States is also in this. The T52 men's 1500 metres final. It is the longest wheelchair decider we've had so far on this opening day. 3 3/4 laps of the track, and it should be fun. It'll be quite a bit of jostling to get into position early on here.
It's so exciting to see Raymond Martin in action with 4 golds in London. He's trying to get 5 this time, and they're away.
Away first time, it's Toyoshi of the United States, Torres of Colombia, Martin USA, Geierspichler of Austria, Rigo of the USA, and Matsumoto of Japan. And Raymond Martin will be doing his best to get in front. It's USA 1-3-4 at the moment, and the yellow singlet of Christian Torres in second place. But this is an absolutely blinding start. Martin's so good. He's even a sprinter in this. 100 metres gold, and had there been 1500, well, he might have won 5 gold in London 2012. He's going for 5 gold medals here. Torres trying to keep the rear going at the moment in second place, but the USA jostling, working hard, and this is a very good start. Really impressive.
And he's far away the youngest man in the field, just 18 years of age.
Geierspichler for Austria is up in the top 4. Toyoshi of the USA also, and Christian Torres there.
And Ray Martin, he's just a superstar of this sport, really. And, you know, he says, we got those 4 golds in London, he says he can get 5 here, and who's to doubt him? Well, he's actually getting caught now. But that might be just him slowing down, letting someone else take up a bit of the pace. Has he blown it? People are coming past him now.
Happy just to move towards the back for now, you would imagine.
See, he does have that ability to sprint, he has that ability to do the long races.
Well, this is Toyoshi of the USA, who's hit the front. Torres up there also. Rigo of the USA looking to make his mark too.
Americans very strong in this discipline. What can Raymond Martin do at these games? He can really make a name for himself. He's a 17-year-old in London. He certainly set everything alight. Now as an 18-year-old, he really does have the world at his feet.
Well, Martin is defending his position very well. Toyosi, Torres, Martin, Spickler. They're the top four at the moment, and they're going to joust for the medals between them. Great display so far. Toyosi back in second place. Has Martin made his move at the right time? They're on the final straight for the penultimate time. And it's USA dominating this. 1 and 2. There's the bell. Martin now on the inside. Martin makes his move. Toyosi in second. And here goes Martin heading away for the final lap. Looking very strong. Toyosi up there. Spickler trying to make his move on the inside also. But Martin at the moment holds the lead. And Torres of Colombia, who's the most obvious man to be able to make out in the yellow singlet, trying to make work happen on the outside. But Martin looked to have made a serious move early on. He didn't race as long as this in London. All of the gold medals were at shorter distances. But he's going for 5 golds here, and he might just have made the right move. It's between the two Americans and the Austrian here. Toyosi fighting, Spickler also. Martin looking hard to defend. Torres back and forth. He's just about done here. But it's a great surge coming on the outside. But he's made his move at the right time, and he's got the win. Martin takes it. USA gold. Potentially the first of 5. Spickler for me moved up into second ahead of Toyosi, and Torres was 4th. It was a great move with the belt. He moved inside, he knew what he wanted, and he defended his pace very, very well. Spickler is in second place, Toyosi in third, but Raymond Martin, personal best, 351.28, gold medal, USA.
And that's a phenomenal start for Raymond Martin, going for 5 golds. He's got 1 in the bag already. The men's 1500 T52, and he just eased past there. And for a while it looked like his teammate from America was going to be his big competitor, but in the end it was the Austrian. But Raymond Martin has won it. He's got himself a flag already, and he goes off around on his lap, 18 years of age.
Well, absolutely fantastic. Great victory for the USA, for Raymond Martin of the United States. And the final competitor just crosses the line now, and that was Matsumoto of Japan. But the applause predominantly for, well, he's still a young man. He's 19 years old, Raymond Martin, one of the heroes of London 2012. And he takes it at a personal best time, 351.28. But my word, wasn't he run close by Spickler in second for Austria. Stephen Toyosi of the United States is in third. Christian Torres is in 4th place.
And the crowd loving that. The crowd picked up as the heat has died down.
I'm going to go for an ice cream if it's okay. It's a lovely day.
Yeah, of course you can.
Thank you.
So Will's going to go and celebrate Raymond Martin's first gold medal with an ice cream.
Do you want one?
Yes, please. So let's see what Jonathan Broome-Edwards can do here. 2:02, he's already jumped. And this time he does clobber the bar. Currently lying in 3rd place. 785 points for a jump of 2:02. Mamsars of Poland, 175. 841 points for a season's best. Just see him catching the pole again there. And Lepiato in the gold medal position at the moment. 2:05 he jumped, that's 849 points. So the crowd really came to life there with that race, the men's 1500 metres T52. And the first that you suspect will be the first of many gold medals for Raymond Martin. So there's the men's high jump confirmation. Jonathan Broom-Edwards stays in 3rd position with that failure. We'll have another medal ceremony for you now.
The medals will be presented by the governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Les médailles seront remises par un comité exécutif du comité international paralympique de Lyon.
It's the women's discus, the F11, F12 category.
Bronze medal representing Croatia.
Médaille de bronze représentant la Croatie, Marija Ivikovic-Vesprovic.
Bronze medalist. As well as a bronze medal. She also gets Lyon the Lion. From Croatia. Silver for China.
Gold medalist, the world champion, representing the Russian Federation.
Médaille d'or et champion du monde représentant la fédération de ski,
This is Sophia Oksem of Russia. Li Zhang of China into 2nd place. Gold for Russia. And the Russians. Another country with a decent anthem. Very emotional, passionate tune.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of the Russian.
And as always they say, please stand if you are able for the national anthem, this time of Russia.
de la fédération de Russie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
Now that's what you call an anthem, the Russian national anthem for Sophia Oksem. Now she calls Zhang and Ria of Croatia up onto the podium grid. Well, disappointing news, viewers. Will has returned from the ice cream stand with an ice cream for him, and he didn't have enough money for an ice cream for me because they were, how much were they? €2.50?
€2.50, scandalous.
€2.50.
I never realised French ice cream prices were so high, but this is very nice, by the way.
It's, well, we're a captive audience, aren't we? It's a hot day, we're in France, and Will Downing enjoying his, it looks like a Cornetto.
Different brand here, different brand.
Looks like
Very
a Cornetto,
nice.
but it's a French version. He's enjoying it, I don't have anything, and disappointment there for the British commentary half of this team.
but no disappointment for Poland because Maciej Lepiato has cleared that first attempt 2:08 and he's in the lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the men's long jump, team 37-38.
Mesdames et messieurs, cérémonie protocolaire sur la longueur.
Had the victory ceremony for the long jump. Very exciting competition this was. At one point we thought South Africa were going to get it. In the end it was Ukraine, and for a while we thought that Russia had won it. But then there was a reclassification of the Russian during the event, and it's gone to the Ukraine.
Well, the remarkable thing was the top two athletes in this were reclassified midway through the competition. And as a result, the marks that were there were changed about 10 minutes after the competition ended, and we suddenly had a new world champion.
So the bronze going to Andrea Delav of South Africa.
Well, the man about to receive silver for a few minutes was celebrating a gold, and he really did celebrate very strongly. But instead, it's silver for Russia.
You have to feel for the chap. He went and got his flag, he was off round the lap, waving it above his head, and then someone said, yeah, I'm sorry mate, you've been reclassified, and Ukraine have actually got the gold.
Chairman Komasov gets the silver for Russia. Originally, he was a different classification to our eventual champion, Andrei Onofrienko, but they were then reclassified together, and it means it's Ukrainian gold. And in many years of working on different sports, I've never ever come across something like this before. But it's Ukrainian gold.
It can happen. It's they are allowed to reclassify people during events if they look at the way they're moving and they think, no, you're in the wrong category, we're going to reclassify you. But it's tough on the Russian, you have to say. Russians did launch a protest, but nothing came of it.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
There has been a protest about the result from Russia, but the IPC have turned it down, so it means it's Ukrainian gold and it is staying that way. I know it's unfortunate, but speaking to some people from the IPC about this lunchtime, and some disagree with it, but some say it's totally fair. So it is semi-final time in the women's T54. It's the 5,000 metres, and a lot of major names in this, including Tatiana McFadden, a 10-time medalist at Paralympic Games, not even including the various World Championships. Shirley Riley also in this. So silver medalist in this at London 2012. Strong field in this, and it will be very well contested. That includes Shirley Riley, silver medalist in this at London 2012, bronze medal in the 1500 meters for the United States. For Canada, Diane Roy, silver medalist in this in Beijing in 2008. Wakako Chichida of Japan is third in this field. Season's best are all somewhat close to each other until you reach Sandra Graf, silver medalist in Christchurch in 2011. For Channa McFadden, we've already spoken at length about 3 gold medals at Paralympic Games alone in her career. Jade Jones of Britain, 17 years old. London 2012 meant a lot to her. Inspiration for the future. First 3 and 4 fastest losers will qualify. So away first time, women's 5,000 meters T54. And it's 12.5 laps of the track. Should be fascinating. 2 seasons best inside 12 minutes for Sandra Graf and Tatjana McFadden. I'd expect McFadden to be shooting away at the start, and indeed, it's very much what we're seeing. Good start by McFadden, well ahead of the rest for now. Shirley Riley going through in second place. Sandra Graf also looking to make a move, but McFadden has decided very much in El Amin Shentouf style to break away right at the start, stay out in front, and let's see how long she can manage to do this for. Still quite young, still a 24-year-old. She was up for an ESPY award, an all-sports award in the United States, run by one of the TV sports channels there. It only arrived in overnight, but the jet lag has certainly not affected her so far. We saw her earlier today. Really good form, but McFadden is in the lead. Shirley Riley currently coming through in second. Then for Canada, it's Diane Roy, ahead of Sandra Graf of Switzerland. Jade Jones of Britain is in 5th, and Sandra Graf of Switzerland in 6th, but they're all quite tightly bunched, and McFadden's lead is certainly a lot less now, but she's keeping her advantage, and she's happy with her progress. And they are all now one big group again. So it's USA 1 and 2, still 11.5 laps to go in this T54 race. Leaving the track for now though, there's still 10 laps to go, and the lead will alternate for the next few laps. Of that there's absolutely no doubt. Absolutely from nowhere, shooting forward, it's the Swiss athlete Sandra Graf, silver medalist in Christchurch 2 years ago. Long way left, so we'll dip into the men's high jump, and this is Maciej Lepiato of Poland a few moments ago. First attempt at 2:11 and straight over. Really good, strong technique. No difficulty for him, and he's in the lead. His 2:11, converting it to 973 points. Jonathan Broom Edwards currently in second place, cleared 2:08 at the second attempt. And Jeff Skiba is out, 2 failures at 2:02, 4th place, and he is out of the medals. Much medalled from the past, but not here in Lyon. It's Sandra Graf of Switzerland. Strong so far, making a big move up. Wakako Chichida of Japan currently in the lead, ahead of the Americans Shirley Riley and Tatjana McFadden. 4th place for Diane Roy. Jay Jones going well also. Sandra Graf now happily tucked at the back, having had a little spell at the lead. Shirley Riley and Tatiana McFadden first and third. Making another strong move up. There's still a long way to go. But McFadden had a little belt earlier. Good spell in front, and she's doing the same again here. And her previous break didn't work out long term, but now maybe the second one will. So McFadden well out in front. They've got 8 laps to go here. And the Japanese Chichida is in second place, and Shirley Riley is in third. So McFadden's gone for it again. I just wonder if this time, Jeremy, it will stay that way.
You can never tell. We shall see.
All back together again. McFadden just decided to let it go, having decided to have a firm tilt earlier. She's had a spell at the front, and now, a la the Tour de France at the front of the peloton, she slips aside, and it's the Japanese Wakako Chichida who's back in the lead. And the women's 5,000 metres should be completed in around 12 minutes or so.
Phenomenal athlete, Tatiana McFadden, born in Russia, left for dead in an orphanage, and then adopted by her American mother, who was working as an envoy in Russia, brought her back to the States.
Sandra Graf hits the front with 7 laps to go. She had been last for a long time, but she's taken up a lot of energy built up, and now she hits the front with 7 to go, but again, still no major decisive move.
Yeah, just a few more background details about Tatiana McFadden, just because this is a long race and we've got a bit of time just to breathe and talk about some of the competitors in it. She was born in St. Petersburg with spina bifida. It's a congenital disorder. It paralysed her from the waist down. She was abandoned by her birth mother in an orphanage, and the orphanage was too poor to afford a wheelchair for her, so she walked on her hands for the first 6 years of her life. Doctors told her she was so sick she had very little time to live, and there she was seen by Deborah McFadden, who was visiting Russia as Commissioner of Disabilities for the American Health Department. She adopted her as a single mother and took her to live in a new life in Baltimore.
And there she goes again, ahead of Graf to go in front. That's a really good surge, very, very impressive indeed. And it's Tatiana McFadden who leads with 6 laps to go, ahead of Graf, who's just slipped back. And I think Jay Jones has moved up into second place for Britain with the pink wheel, and that's very impressive from an athlete who's still very young, 17 years old. But we've seen a lot of McFadden at the front. She's made a few serious moves, which have ultimately resulted in nothing. But 5.5 laps to go. Tatiana McFadden is exactly where she wants to be.
And just continuing my history lesson, she moved to Baltimore from St. Petersburg, and to strengthen her, a mother suggested she take up sports, so she took up a variety of sports, and she's a very determined lady, as Tatiana McFadden. So she did swimming, and that went very well, and then she did some gymnastics, and that was even better. Then she started doing wheelchair basketball, and guess what, she was very good at that. Then she did a bit of sled hockey, she was great at that, and then they said, hey, why not try track and field? And look how she's doing.
So McFadden leads with 5 to go. Jones for Britain in second place. Sandra Graf of Switzerland is in third. McFadden and Jones just going on the outside, allowing Graf, the silver medalist in Christchurch 2011, her run at the front with less than 5 laps, around 1,900 metres to go. Graf, very strong athlete, and well, we're saying Jones, a slip of a thing at 17 years old. Graf is 44 this Christmas, but still going as strong as ever. And Edith Wolf of Switzerland goes in the other semi-final, the gold medalist from London 2012. But McFadden, such a great athlete, 10 Paralympic Games medals outside of World Championships. Great athlete. She'll be floating around as well. But Graf now, chance to slip on the outside, and a chance for Chichida to take the lead with 4 laps to go, but the serious racing has not begun yet. And then Jay Jones of Britain goes through in second, Graf alongside, and right at the back for the USA, Shirley Riley, second last Tatiana McFadden. But right now, with less than 4 laps to go, that means nothing.
A bit more history about McFadden. I don't think we've had enough. So she came from Russia, spina bifida, walked on her hands first 6 years of her life, couldn't afford a wheelchair in the orphanage. Her mother brought her over to Baltimore. She was brilliant at all these sports. And you'd think then that her problems would be over, but they were only just starting because she had difficulty competing at home because her high school, Atholton High School, wouldn't allow her to race at the same time as able-bodied runners. They said that her racing chair was a safety hazard and it gave her an unfair advantage because the wheelchair races were faster. So she had to compete in separate wheelchair events at high school meetings, and this meant that she would often circle the track on her own, and she said she was embarrassed by this. So her and her mum filed a suit against the Howard County public school system, and they won the right for her to race at the same time as the runners, starting in 2006.
Lepiato clear at 2:13, and that is a new world record. And the gold medal is his. Brilliant leap, straight clear. And Lepiato, who set the world record at London 2012, on the way to glory, he's done it again here. Absolutely fantastic leap. And Lepiato has pulled it off again.
What I like is watch what happens when he clears this. He lands on his back and then he gets up and stares at the pole in the eyes and says, "You dare fall over." It's one pole staring at a bar. One pole to another. That nearly works, doesn't it? But it's a bar, really, so that doesn't really. But he kind of dares it. Don't you dare fall off. I've given my all to get over there. Don't you fall off. And that's a new world record for Lepiato.
Fantastic for Lepiato. Breaks the world record, and the new mark is 2:13. 2 laps to go in this semi-final of the women's 5,000 metres. And Tatiana McFadden hits the front, Jones on the outside. Graf in third place for Switzerland. It's going to be closely contested in the last 800. McFadden has made a couple of moves, unsuccessful so far, but maybe this will be the decisive one. It's the first 3 of those 6 who will go through, and the 4 fastest losers across the 2 semi-finals. Shirley Riley, the USA, is last at the moment on the outside. Jones has slipped down to 5th. Serious racing beginning now. McFadden at the front, just where she wants to be. Graf, though, also strong up there in 2nd place, and the Japanese athlete Wakako Tachida in 3rd. Diane Roy, 4th for Canada, silver medalist 2008. McFadden going very well. All those honours she's won in the past. She lost out in the ESPY, by the way, to the great swimmer Jessica Long, who has a similar background to hers. But it's McFadden who's on the way. There's going to be a film made, by the way, a movie about Long's life. Here's the bell. McFadden leads in 2nd place. It's Graf for Switzerland, and looks to be between these two now. Trying to go on the outside is Shirley Riley, and also Tachida for the 3 places. McFadden defending a line on the inside. Graf in 2nd place. Tachida in 3rd. Riley trying to work hard for the USA on the outside. Jones for Britain in 6th place. She's trying to go even further on the outside. Boxed in is the Canadian Diane Roy. But this is looking very good for Tatiana McFadden in the lead with 200 to go, with Graf in 2nd place for Switzerland. And if they finish there, they're definitely going through. There's a bit of a gap emerging between the top 3 now, and that's just what they want, because they're all going through automatically. McFadden leads, Graf in 2nd place. It's Tachida in 3rd, and that's the 1-2-3. McFadden wins 12:07.58. It's a very good time. And Tatiana McFadden didn't get the SB, but gets 2 great results on the opening day of Lyon 2013. McFadden wins it, Graf 2nd, Tachida 3rd, a good sprint, and they just had the extra class and speed that the others ultimately today did not.
McFadden, a great champion.
Championship record, by the way. Sandra Graf's championship record from Christchurch is gone, and it's been broken by around 40 seconds.
Yeah, 3 gold medals she got in London. She's already got 4 silver medals from the Paralympics, 3 bronze medals from the Paralympics, and she's now set a new championship record here at the IPC Athletics World Championships. And while she does all this and all of those incredible sports I was telling you about that Tatiana McFadden does, she's also found time to study for a degree. She's studying for a degree in human development and family studies at the University of Illinois. And while she's at the University of Illinois, she thought, well, you know what, I may as well be in the wheelchair basketball team as well. So she does that. So Tatiana McFadden, a real legend in parasport, and she certainly lived up to her billing.
Another great result here. Qualifies winning in 12 minutes, 7.60 seconds. Sandra Graf and Wakako Chichida also through. Roy, Jones and Riley are in limbo for the time being, but they could all go through. They were all tightly bunched.
So a new championship record. We've seen a new world record in the men's high jump. We'll be going back to that Lepiato of Poland with that world record. Seen some great action here today.
Well, let's have a good look at this now. This was the attempt at 2:13. Actually, this is earlier in the competition. That's Lucas Mankas, who finished in 3rd place. The bronze medal leap, season's best, 175. Different category he is to the rest of the medalists, F42. So 175 and up for him, 841 points. That's adding the bronze to his burgeoning collection. Now this was a very good attempt by Jonathan Broom-Edwards of Britain, his 2nd attempt at 2:08. Got over it, had 3 stabs at 2:11, but no joy. But 2:08 he was clear and he gets the silver. So silver for Britain there, 2nd medal of the day. And the gold, as we saw, going to Maciej Lepiato of Poland, a world record lead of 2 meters 13. Broom-Edwards with a personal best in 2nd, Mamkats in 3rd, 2 categories, so decided on points. You'll see the athletes going around for the 2nd semi-final, which is on the way. At the men's long jump T46 final field being introduced here. Lots of medals from previous games in this, including the Frenchman Arnaud Assoumani. He's the defending champion from Christchurch 2011, silver in both long jump and triple jump at London 2012, and he was Beijing 2008 champion also. You will also note that Fadil Al-Daba, who won the silver medal 2 years ago in Christchurch, is a non-starter. So the hymne of the United States we've seen go through.
Représentant l'Argentine, Mathias Leonel Puebla.
Matthias Leonel Puebla of Argentina. Kostakis of Greece.
Représentant l'Espagne, Carlos Javier Pérez
And CJ Perez Hernandez of Spain, 6:44, a personal best set this year. His F46 final, so it won't be decided in terms of points, but distance. And the distance in this, 5,000 metres.
Yeah, the women's 5,000 metres. It's Kira Fry of Canada, Gunilla Wallengren of Sweden, Shelley Woods of Great Britain, Manuela Scher of Switzerland, Amanda McCrory of the USA, Edith Wolf of Switzerland, and Madison Du Rosario of Australia. And the best personal best of these would be Shelley Woods with 11:17.26. We'll also be looking out for the Swiss girl Edith Wolf and Amanda McCrory from America. Let's have a look at how they line up then. In lane 1, it's the Canadian, Kira Fry. Personal best 11:50.77, season's best 12:39.01. Outside of her, Gunilla Wallengren, season's best 12:20.44, and a personal best of 12:20.44, which is the season's best set this season. There's Shelley Woods, has the fastest PB, 11:17 from Great Britain. Manuela Scher of Switzerland waves to the crowd, and you hear the cowbells for the Swiss athletes. Amanda McCrory from the States, 11:51.38. Always hear the cowbells when the Swiss athletes are doing well. There's Edith Wolf, another Swiss competitor. There's the bell again.
Representing Australia.
And in the outside, lane 7, Madison De Rosario of Australia. So we saw Tatiana McFadden destroy the field in the last race. Championship record she's just set. Diane Roy, also in that first race, holds the world record for this. And away they go. The women's 5,000 metres in the T54 category. And a decent crowd here now, as it's cooled down a little bit here in Lyon. It's been very warm earlier on. To watch this women's 5,000 metres.
It's Fry, Wallen, Woods, Shah, McCrory, Wolf and De Rosario. They're the 7 in this. Shah and Wolf, the 2 Swiss athletes in this, and they're 1 and 2 at the moment. It's a fascinating start. The Canadian Kira-Lynn Fry up in 3rd place. We're also going out live in the Canadian Paralympics website, as well as the global one, and live on YouTube and many TV stations around the world, which we're all appreciative of. We're in the Stade de Rhône, and at the moment it's Switzerland 1 and 2. Wonder what the situation will be in 12 laps time.
We shall see. The Swiss going very well indeed. Shelley Woods of Great Britain has the best personal best time in this, but she's not making any impression at the moment. So the Swiss girls 1 and 2 in this race. 5,000 metres, but whoever qualifies will be up against Tatiana McFadden in that final. No one really wants to take the lead here. The leader just moving outside to see if someone wants to come and help on the inside, and they are going to help.
Well, that leader was Edith Wolf, who won this title at London 2012 and won 4 medals during that championship last summer. It's Amanda McCrory of the United States who's the champion in this, and she also won this in Beijing in 2008. Shelley Woods of Britain, bronze in 2008, 1500 silver, and an athlete much beloved in her native Great Britain. This is a good surge right at the front though, by Amanda McCrory, the American, the 27-year-old who's won this title. The T54, women's 5,000 metres in the wheelchair, twice previously, including that World Championships in Christchurch, which was held a couple of months before the earthquake that hit that wonderful, beautiful old world city, which is in the front here. I'm quite happy to be there at the moment, but now making way and allowing the lead to be taken up by Manuela Shah of Switzerland. Woods, McCrory and Wolf have won medals in this in the past. Well behind, by the way, at the moment is Shelley Woods, but she'll be back, she'll keep up with the pace. She's just saving her energy at the moment. They've got 10 laps to go in this.
Yeah, the lead keeps changing. They're sharing it out. The other race where McFadden was at the front and wasn't going to let anyone past her in the last few laps, but this time they're sharing the workload quite a bit, and just slowing down now so that competitor in 4th place can catch up. But it's McCrory of the USA and Shah of Switzerland setting the early pace here in this women's 5,000 metres, and it seems to happen as they come round the bend. Always the leader steps out, goes into lane 2. This time it's Shah and says to McCrory, do you want to take this up a little bit? So Edith Wolf taking them round. They've got another 9 laps to go. It's Wolf in the lead from Amanda McCrory of the States. Looks like these 4 might have broken away now.
Well, it's amazing the gap that's developed already, and they've kept a good pace up, and they're alternating every half lap or so. The lead athlete will just move aside into lane 2 and will stay out there. So at the moment, I wonder if it really is between these 4. The gap is around 40 metres to 2nd and 3rd, and a further 60 metres back is Shelley Woods of Britain. The crowd loving what they're seeing so far. It's been a very good start, this, by the American. Amanda McCrory is out in front, looking very good. Anderson de Rosario of Australia up there also. And the 2 Swiss, Edith Wolf and Manuela Shah. And is that it? Fry, Wallingford and Woods are trying to fight back very strongly. At the moment, their pace is not as good as the 4 leaders over at the back straight, who've got 7.5 laps to go. That's 3,000 metres remaining. They go through 2,000 in around 4:39, which is good pace. 12:07.60 is the championship record set in the opening semi-final by the great Tatiana McFadden. And Jessica Long, who won that ESPY, by the way, the fantastic American swimmer, she too, born in a Russian orphanage, adopted, loads of medals at London 2012, and she'll be aiming for the same at the upcoming IPC Swimming World Championships in Montreal in a few weeks' time. Now let's go across to the long jump. It's the men's T46, 7 laps to go in this. Long way to go, 2,800 metres, and it may be very much as you were just about to go in this for France. Arnaud Assoumani, the champion, much medalled, defending champion from Christchurch 2011, won at Beijing 2008, he was long jump and triple jump silver medalist in London, leading so far 6:28 for Cuba, Etienne Calderon, Alexander Sobota of Belarus in second place.
And the crowd getting behind the local boy, getting the clapping going, see what he can do with his first attempt.
That's long.
They liked it. You heard the roar from the crowd.
That is a huge jump. It was a white flag. 7:58 is his personal best, but that totally belies everything that went before. That's the lead. And was so far in front of the other three who've jumped so far, I thought for a second he'd taken off from the sand. It's a fantastic jump by Assoumani.
So while we wait for that to be measured, just to let you know, on the track it's the Swiss girls 1 and 2 at the moment, ahead of McCrory of the States and De Rosario.
6:77, he's in the lead. Simple as that. Here's the world record holder set in Christchurch 2 years ago, 7:58. He's in front already.
Crowd very happy with the local boy, the French favourite. And a very impressive first jump from the jumper with the dreads.
So the leading four in this women's 5,000 metres, T54, second semi-final, 5 laps to go. Manuela Schär of Switzerland, Edith Wolf of Switzerland, Amanda McCrory of the United States, the defending world champion, and Madison De Rosario of Australia. Wolf won this title at London 2012, and they are absolutely sailing. The rest are practically nowhere, and one of the rest appears to me to have dropped out. It's the Canadian 5th, that's Kiralyn Fry. Pretty sure that Shelley Woods will be lapped shortly in 6th, which means the Swede Gunilla Wallengren must have withdrawn somewhere along the way whilst we were concentrating on the long jump.
Shelley Woods will be very disappointed with this performance. She would have expected to have gone a bit better than this. And she's very close to being lapped.
So 4 laps to go, and there's a big battle here because only 3 will automatically qualify. And there was quite a blanket that covered the 6 athletes in the opening heat. This will be very interesting.
It's the Australian in the lead at the moment. McCrory just stepping out of the way. And it's Australia in the lead in this race. The 2 Swiss girls still in there. It's Amanda McCrory from the United States. De Rosario in the lead at the moment from Australia. And the 2 Swiss girls, Schär and Wolf, just keeping up.
Shelley Woods is about to be lapped. She won bronze in this event in 2008 in Beijing, but it won't happen today. And she sees the rest behind, and the rest overtake. It's Madison De Rosario who leads for Australia. A very impressive lead too, at 12:18.14, a personal best set this year. But just goes on the outside. Edith Wolf now hits the front. Schär also there. Schär in front, Wolf second. Switzerland 1 and 2. 2 3/4 laps to go. Between these 4 certainly now, but only one of these 4 won't qualify automatically. But it needs to be a fast time. It's around 12:10, 12:11 that's being aimed for the 4th placer in this group. Top 3 will go through to the final.
Swiss girls helping each other out. Schär and Wolf. Bit of McCrory and De Rosario of Australia, who was in the lead for a long way, now at the back. We see there Manuela Scher of Switzerland, just ahead of her teammate. So the Swiss girls definitely operating as a team here in 1 and 2, and Amanda McCrory at the moment just content just to tuck in behind them and let them steer the air out of the way.
We have 2 laps to go. Scher of Switzerland, Wolf of Switzerland, McCrory USA. De Rosario has moved up into 3rd place for Australia, looking to make a serious move with 600 to go, but the Swiss have really dominated this heat very impressively, and the class of Amanda McCrory also cannot be counted out. She, the defending champion from Christchurch, having already won gold in the Paralympic Games in Beijing. It's a good lead this now for Switzerland, and they are right now well in control, and impressively so. Scher and Wolf, it's great teamwork. It's being led out by Wolf. Scher currently 4th, McCrory 2nd, De Rosario 3rd as they hit the bell.
Yeah, and McCrory's now going up on the inside, and has the Swiss double act messed it up here, because McCrory has now gone into the lead. Amanda McCrory from the United States. We've got Scher of Switzerland, who's fighting back now. She's coming back round the Australians. So we've got America in 1st place, Switzerland 2nd and 3rd, and look at this down the far side. It's hard to tell who's going to win this one. It looked for a while as though Amanda McCrory was going to get away, but this could be anyone's race. It's an absolutely phenomenal finish.
It's Switzerland 1-2 again. Wolf and Scher have made a big move. There's a lapped athlete in 5th place being overtaken, and McCrory's going to have to fight really strong because she's too far back at the moment. Look at De Rosario going for Australia. Top 3, Switzerland, Australia, and McCrory, the defending champion, in 4th place, but she'll go through as the fastest loser because her time in 4th will be faster than the winning time. The championship record has been broken. Scher takes it, championship record, 11:51. Wolf and McCrory and De Rosario, they're all through.
Everyone got through, so we have 4 there, and they all got through, and the reason they got through was because it became a race, and so they dragged them along. But when they went to the bell there, it looked to me as though the Swiss girls had it. Then McCrory suddenly went, it looked like Scher had been dropped. Then down the back straight, Scher came flying from 4th into 2nd, alongside her teammate Wolf, but still McCrory was looking good. Then the 2 Swiss girls got to the lead, and then suddenly the Australian came up into 3rd, and for a while we thought the American wouldn't qualify, but because it was so fast, she qualifies as the fastest loser.
It was a great race, a new championship record, 11 minutes 51.98. The championship record of Tatjana McFadden lasted barely a quarter of an hour, and the 5th placer even got lapped by the top 4, and the 5th placer is Kira Fry of Canada. She is coming home now. Shelley Woods also. But my word, that was a great race, and it was a proper race. And Madison De Rosario, now here's a name to remember, 19 years old, and she absolutely zipped on the outside. Great determination from somebody who was not intimidated by the great names alongside. 2nd and 3rd, by the way, a dead heat. De Rosario and Wolf, but De Rosario has been awarded 2nd place nominally. That was a good race. And Madison De Rosario, wow, great performance. She's in the final. They all are.
11:52.20 for 2nd and 3rd place. I always think that's a bit rough when someone is a judge to have beaten you and you've got the same time as them. I always think, how does that work?
Thousandths of a second, which it goes to on the photo finish, but the thousandths of a second aren't used on captions such as that. Scher, De Rosario and Wolf, and you can scribble a small cue yourself because McCrory is going to make it. Her time was faster than that. The winning time in the first semi-final. That was a good race. So these are the athletes who are through. Scher, De Rosario, personal best. Scher with the new championship record. McFadden's will be wiped from the record book shortly. Wolf through, McCrory's the fastest loser. This is going to be a really good final.
It's going to be fantastic, isn't it? And I've got so much more history about Tatjana McFadden I haven't even touched yet.
I'm not going to buy her autobiography. I know everything now, thanks to you.
They'll be very proud of her back in Baltimore and at the University of Illinois. Now let's see what's happening in the long jump, because while these track events are going on, of course the field events continue.
Well, Asumani had a great leap in the first round of 6.77, but Lou Lyon came very close, 6.68. And Georgios Kostakis leaping now. This is the first round of 6. We've one track race left. We've absolutely flown through the program. Men's 10,000 meters T54 finalists to come. Kostakis in third, 6.49.
And that 10,000 metres men's event, Marcel Hug will be going in that. The phenomenal athlete from Switzerland. He's disappointed that David Weir's not here, because he's looking for his third consecutive 10,000 metres title, but he would like to beat the best in the world, and that currently is David Weir, but David Weir is taking part in the anniversary games in London, so he's chosen not to come here. So Marcel Hug will be on the track shortly, and that will be great, the 10,000 metres.
Carlos Javier Perez Hernandez, CJ to his friends, 6.44 personal best set this year, which would put him in third place if he could manage it. Something similar to his lifetime best, and he would rocket up the field here. And he met the board well, he went out far, and that was a really decent attempt by him. But how good was it for man aiming to make his mark in this competition? He used that board perfectly. Any further, it surely would have been a foul. .629, he goes into fourth place. And among our viewers, and I don't know if he's in Ireland or if he's in South Africa watching on TV, but Derek Malone, my London 2012 TV colleague, nice to know you're watching wherever you are. Etienne Calderon, fifth place at the moment, 6.28 in the first round, knocked back down into fifth because of that leap by Perez Hernandez up to 6.29. Extra little to prove here, does Calderon, the Cuban nation of great jumpers, both in the IPC and IAAF circuit down through the years. And that's a good lead, beyond 6 meters, and the flag will be white. That is very, very impressively done. He's holding it together very well, Calderon. An improvement of 2 centimeters would gain him back fourth place again, but needs to improve by 22 to get into the medals. Kostakis is up there in third at the moment, 6.49. Competition being led by Asumani, and it's not an improvement. It looked to be beyond 6 meters, not quite. Alexander Subotov, scheduled to be next. He went out to 5.92 the Belarusian in the first round. Last track event of the day, and it'll be a long one. That's coming shortly. Alexander Subotov currently lying 6th. 6.47 is personal best, but this is the track action to round off the day. It is the men's 10,000 meters T54 final, which has not been competed at the last 2 Paralympic Games. Marcel Hug, the reigning world champion, goes in this. David Weir, who won 4 long distance events at London 2012, is not in this, as there's another event next week in London. So Marcel Hug has kept his helmet shining. The Canadian Josh Cassidy, season's best 21.36, but times realistically don't matter in championship races. It's all about the 1, 2, 3. So it was gold for Marcel Hug, and 2 years ago it was silver for Kota Hokanui of Japan.
I mean, if you want, just ask me about some of the other events coming up as well.
39-year-olds.
Commentate on. I can't say much, but I could say a bit about Marcel Hug, but let's just talk about him into the championship.
Sho Watanabe of Japan is also here, and Denis Lemunier of France, he's going to get a big cheer. Jean-Paul Compare of Canada, possibly from Quebec. Tobias Lutcher of Switzerland. And Ebba Leichfeldt of Denmark, the 8th men in this final. As stated, wasn't competed in London or in Beijing, but it was in Christchurch. Hug won that. Hokanui won the silver medal, and Marcel Hug also has the world record set in Arbonne, Switzerland, his home nation, 3 years ago. Hug, Cassidy, Hokanui, Watanabe, Lemunier, Compare, Lutcher and Leichfeldt. These the 8 men in this 10,000 metres final. Should take around 20 minutes to complete. And huge French support for Denis Lemunier. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt. Switzerland with 2 men in this. Japan 2, Canada 2, France, Denmark 1 each. We're underway. The men's 10,000 metres T54 final. Hug of Switzerland, Cassidy of Canada, Hokanui of Japan, Watanabe of Japan, Lemunier of France, Compare of Canada, Lutcher of Switzerland, and Leichfeldt of Denmark are the 8 men in this. Very quickly, we're going to cross over to the men's long jump. It's the T46 final because the leader and world record holder is about to go, and you'll see him there in shot. But we'll get another angle of him.
Just waiting to clear the corridor for jumping, which is when they take the traffic cone out the way.
There's been big movement, by the way, in that competition, which we'll tell you about in the moment. But Marcel Hug leads very capably here. Now, Anu Asumani, the reigning world champion, is lying in 2nd place because Toby Fowahinmi has overtaken him with a continental record for North America of 6.83 for the USA.
Crowd getting behind this man.
2nd attempt, 6.77 the first round. Needs an improvement, but is that it?
I think from the groans from the crowd, we can say that probably is it. Let's have a look and see what it is. But he's been overtaken by the American, and Asumani not looking delighted with this jump. Did very well with his 6.77, but I don't think he's improved on that. As he comes out of the pit, he doesn't look very happy at all. All the crowd were behind him with the clapping.
It's not an improvement, it's 6.41, and Asumani remains in 2nd place behind Toby Fowahinmi of the United States. And this is how he did it. It was a foul in the first round. Fowahinmi, excellent pace. Fantastic stride, 6.83, and he's in the lead.
So disappointment for the home crowd as the American overtaking the Frenchman. Back on the track, you won't be surprised to hear the shiny helmet of Marcel Hug. He's shining brightly in the light. He's actually just dropped back slightly into 4th place, but he's looking very, very comfortable, just coasting along.
Lemunier in 2nd place, then it's Watanabe, and then it's Tobias Lutcher. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 right now with 22 laps to go. It's going to be a long one.
And just while this race obviously goes on for quite a long time, let's just going to show you a world record.
Drama in the men's shot put, and we're going to show you this straight away. Celebrations for Aled Davis of Britain. 14 metres 71 this was. A new world record, breaking the mark of Darko Kralj of Croatia. Also in this, Kralj winning the bronze medal, Tinamar the silver for Germany, British gold, Aled Davis, a new world record.
And it's been very much a day for records here in the Stade de Rhône. Aled Davis just chatting to some people in the crowd. And there it is, 14.71, confirmation of a new world record. So this 10,000 metres still going on. We've got plenty of time while that happens. It'll take about 20 minutes to complete. So we can bring in a special guest who's alongside us now, Craig Spence, who's the Director of Communications for the IPC. Hi, Craig.
Good evening.
And Marcel Hoog, he's a man that you've been chatting to quite a bit in the build-up to this. What sort of man is Marcel Hoog?
Marcel's a very quiet, shy, retiring athlete.
We are going back to the long jump, and this is Liu of China, and that's a really impressive effort. And that could well be the lead. And Vawahimi of the United States might just be pushed back into second place. And suddenly this has got hugely competitive. 7 metres 10, Liu in front.
Yeah, Marcel's a quiet athlete, very unassuming type of guy, respects his opponents. Bizarrely yesterday, I mean, he's probably the best T54 wheelchair racer we've got here, with the absence of Dave Weir and Kurt Fernley. And he said his target for the championships was just 1 gold medal. And you think, well, you want to set your ambitions high, but he was starting to talk about further down the field and potentially targeting gold in Rio and beating Dave Weir there.
Yeah, and he talks a lot about David Weir, doesn't he? I mean, I think for him, he would have liked Weir to have been here so he could have beaten him.
Yeah, I mean, Dave Weir was the guy who beat him over every distance in London. Hug picked up 2 silvers in the 800 and I think 5,000. And he said yesterday, I wish Dave was here because I'd like to beat him and get my revenge from what happened in London. And he knows that probably the next chance he'll get to beat Dave is either in the 2015 World Championships in Doha or Rio 2016.
And if it's a flat race between these two guys, Hoog is faster, isn't he? But Weir often wins because he's got more of a killer instinct.
Yeah, if it was a time trial, Marcel would win hands down. He's the world record holder at every distance from 800 through to the 10,000 metres. But Dave's a tactician, and Marcel's admitted already this year when speaking to Paralympic.org that he needs to improve his tactical ability.
Yeah, you were interviewing him for Paralympic.org. Will's coming in.
Don't worry, you haven't missed another world record. You may have seen it on the big screen, but we've already seen that. Aled Davis in the men's shot put.
Thought we'd missed something there, but it's just that the people in the stadium being told we broke the news first here on Paralympic Sport TV that Aled Davis had set a new world record. Yeah, Marcel Hoog, very calm, placid type figure, but just a brilliant competitor, and he's got quite a lot on his plate, hasn't he?
He's got probably the busiest week here, and that includes the staff who are working here. He's doing the 10,000 today. Tomorrow he'll double up and he'll do the 400 heats in the morning, and then hope to compete in the final in the evening. That's an event he came 5th in at London 2012. And then he's got heats of the 800, the final of the 800, heats of the 1500. And he's racing every single day this week apart from Saturday, which is the day off. And hopefully he'll be recharging his batteries there, ready for Sunday's marathon.
So he literally just gets the 1 day off, which is not for a week's time.
Yeah, I mean, the only other athlete who's got such a high workload is Tatiana McFadden, who we've seen twice today.
Let's go.
Returning to the men's shot put, we'll show you the various medalists in this. We've had a spectacular world record, and this is Darko Kralj, who was the world record holder going into it. He finished in 3rd place. Really impressive surge for 2nd. Looked to be Frank Tinamar to me. 13.93 final round throw in 2nd place. And then that wonderful hurl out for the gold by Aled Davis. New world record, 14.71, and a world record by 28 centimetres. So Davis with the gold, Tinamar the silver for Germany, and Kralj the bronze for Croatia.
Well, that's good. It means I get up to sing my anthem. And there's now 17 laps still to go in the 10,000 metres, so we can chat a bit more with Craig Spence, Director of Communications for the IPC. And what are some of the events you're looking forward to over the next few days?
Well, the event we've been previewing particularly massively on Paralympic.org in recent weeks has been the the men's T44 100 metres final, which will see Paralympic champion and world record holder Johnny Peacock lock horns with a guy called Richard Brown of the USA. Now, Richard won silver in London behind Peacock, but has been a bit of a talker in the build-up to these championships. He equalled Johnny's world record a few weeks ago at a meeting in the US, running 10.85, and he came out with a quote saying he'd like to knock Johnny off his pedestal here. Now, he's done a lot of talking in the build-up to the race next week on Tuesday. It's now time to walk the walk.
So it's like almost like the worldwide wrestling, you know, with this talk the talk stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's probably the ultimate warrior.
Yeah.
And I don't know who Richard Brown would be at the moment. We'll see on Tuesday when he competes. But the T43 class will also be good in the 100 metres. It's the first time at the major championships that we've split the T43, which is the double leg amputees below knee, and the T44s, which are the single leg amputees below the knee. It's the first time we've split that. So you'll see Alan Oliveira, who many people will know as the man who beat Oscar Pistorius over 200 metres in London. He'll be racing a guy called Blake Leaper. Blake used to hold the 100 metres world record in the T43 class, and Alan the other week in Berlin ran 10.77, so that's going to be a really quick race. I spoke to Blake Leaper earlier, and he said he's determined to get back his world record here, so we could see some very fast times on Tuesday.
And I was looking on Paralympic.org at some of the profiles who've done some brilliant things on the ones to watch, some of the interesting characters. Who would you say is some of the characters people should look out for? Perhaps people that are watching sort of parasport for the first time.
I mean, Hannah Cockcroft's a great athlete, and she's a great talker. We've seen her compete today, winning gold for Great Britain in the T34 class. Marlou van Rijn is a great athlete as well. She's called the Dutch Blade Babe. She runs on blades, and my word, she is a babe. She's a fantastic athlete. She's the world record holder in the T43 class over 100 metres, 200 and 400. And this year she ran 12.96 for the 100 to become the world's fastest female leg amputee. You should really look out for her. She's fast and she's a great media talker. She's only 21 years old as well. And that's the good thing about this championship. We've got so many good young athletes who have a bright future ahead of them.
And it's anyone's race really in the 10,000 metres at the moment. All the 8 competitors all still in with a shout. Nobody's been dropped at all. And there are 14 laps to go. Tatiana McFadden, we were very excited to see her earlier. What a character, what a story she's had.
Yeah, she's got a busy week as well. I mean, Tatiana, the story behind her, she was adopted from a Russian orphanage by an American citizen who was over there doing some work and took her back into America and has turned her into one of the best wheelchair athletes in the world. Now, Tatiana's done extremely well today. She won her 200 heat and her 5,000 metres heat. She only arrived yesterday. She was in America early this week as she was shortlisted for an ESPY award, which is the, I suppose, ESPN version of Sports Personality of the Year. So she came in and she competed against her sister as well. Her sister was adopted from Albania, and it's a great story, and she's got lots of publicity in America this year, which is really good because we really need to make inroads in America if we're going to grow the size of the Paralympic movement.
And how phenomenal that one family should adopt 2 children from different countries and turn them both into competitors that compete on the world stage.
And both in the same class. It's quite, I mean, Tatiana said London 2012 was a great experience for her, but to compete against her sister in the biggest Paralympic Games of all she said was a great moment for her. And her sister used to be a swimmer. She used to be on the US national team in swimming and has made the transition over to track and field. And Marlou van Rijn was another former swimmer. She got bored with swimming and has only been running for 2 years.
Just while we're chatting, the 10,000 metres continues, 12 laps to go, and they're just beginning to lose Tobias Lurcher of Switzerland. But the other 7 in it, or Lurcher's actually catching up again, but he just looked like he was going to get dropped there with 12 laps to go. Now, there was an incident earlier today that a few people have been querying as to exactly what happened, and that was in the long jump where someone got reclassified while the competition was underway, and for a while it looked like the Russian had won it and then the Ukrainian was given it because the Russian got reclassified, and I'd never seen that happen before.
Yeah, sometimes in Paralympic sport athletes compete with a review status, and what happens is that the classifier will actually watch the first few jumps and then they will make a decision during the competition on what class that athlete should be in, and that's what happened there.
So they'd look at the way he moves and say, you know, you need to be upgraded in your classification?
Absolutely. A classification is basically an assessment to see the range of movement from an athlete that affects their performance. And there's only so much sometimes you can do actually in a medical room. Sometimes you need to see the athlete in action, and that's what happened earlier today.
And Will Downing alongside me, very proud Irishman, cheering for Jason Smith earlier we saw, and he's a phenomenal athlete, isn't he?
Jason's the fastest Paralympian on the planet. Now, that's a great title to have. I mean, he's a visually impaired athlete for his sins. He's a Liverpool FC supporter, but he's a great athlete. He can run the 100 metres in 10.24 seconds. I know he has ambitions of competing in able-bodied competition. He'll be hoping to go to Moscow later this year, but he's a great asset for us within the Paralympic movement. I mean, he's a really fast man. He trains out in America, and he's the double Paralympic champion, having won the titles in Beijing and in London.
So let's bring Will back in, who's keeping an eye on the long jump for us.
Still leading this. We're about midway through the men's 10,000 metres, but there's still fascinating action happening in the men's long jump. It's the T46 final. We've only had 2 rounds of it so far. There's still 4 to be completed. Lu Fuelang cleared 7:10 earlier. Has him leading ahead of Tony Fawahimi in second and Anu Asumani in third. So we're going to watch Fawahimi's third round jump here. It was an area record, continental record in the second round of 6.83, an improvement of 30 centimetres, and he'd go in front here. Here he comes, and it's a red flag immediately, and it was a moment of promise, but no joy. So Fahimi has fouled 2 of his 3 attempts so far, but was unable to make any progress, and he was right on the plasticine, and that was that. So he'll remain second for now.
Just fit in a few more of your Twitter messages. Gerwin Owen says, well done, world champion, gold medalist and world record holder Ali Davis in the F42 shot put. The Welshman and Brit who did that to see.
So Lu leads for China, 7 meters 10. Fawahimi in second place, Asumani in third. It's tight between these 3, and it is the Frenchman now, Anu Asumani.
And if you are just joining us, a reminder, you can see all of the action on ParalympicSport.tv. It's all recorded, it's all on YouTube, but ParalympicSport.tv will find it. So if you want to see that Brit, Aled Davis, securing gold in the F42 shot put with his world record 14.71, that's the place to go.
Asumani, here he comes. It's a good distance, and the judge is waiting a long time, which means it has to be a white flag, and it is. He is the defending champion from Christchurch, silver medalist long jump and triple jump, London 2012. Set his world record in Christchurch 2 years ago, winning the world title. 6.77 in the first round. Needs to improve by 7 centimetres to get into the silver medal position. Advice and lots of it. 6.45 he remains in third place.
Still 7 laps to go in this 10,000 metres, and the Swiss competitor who they dropped has now caught up again, so they're all back in the action. We see Marcel Hug in the lead.
It's Lu Fuelang of China who is leading the men's long jump T46 at the moment, 7 meters 10. 6.66 in the opening round, which had him in second place. And then that brilliant extension, a negligible breeze here. Looks like there's been a major break, by the way, which you'll see very shortly there in the 10,000 metres final. There's 6 laps to go in that, but we're staying with the long jump for now as this man is in the gold medal position. Lou. Gold medalist long jump and triple jump ahead of Asumani in London. Looks to be Josh Cassidy, by the way, who's made the break in the men's 10,000, but we'll give you that in visual form shortly. Here comes Lou, 7:10 in the second round. This is the third round jump, and it's a good distance again, but I don't think it's a major improvement. It is a white flag for him.
Confirmation it was Josh Cassidy that made that break, and I can also confirm it hasn't worked because everyone's called him up. But he did make a break. Josh Cassidy, it's quite difficult to commentate when they go on the far side and the sun's glinting behind them, but Cassidy has very cleverly got some wheels that are very easy to spot because they're very psychedelic. It's like a sort of paintball type effect.
They are very psychedelic, but unfortunately the athletes in the London Marathon didn't spot them and they ran into Josh Cassidy and ruined Josh's race back in April, unfortunately.
6:76 for Lou, back to the 10,000 metres.
Yes, and we saw a break there from Josh Cassidy that didn't work, and he is now in second place. Marcel Hoog in third place, but in the lead it's the Japanese athlete Sho Watanbe who's in the lead. It's Sho Watanbe of Japan in the lead. Then it's Josh Cassidy, then it's Marcel Hoog. Craig Spence, Director of Communications for the IPC, still alongside us here enjoying this race. Likes to see one of his stars of your sports, Marcel Hoog, in action. Now, you were saying that it'd be great to grow the sport in America, and of course one of the people we've seen today that's an absolute superstar is Raymond Martin.
Yeah, Raymond Martin came onto the scene as a 17-year-old at the Pan American Games in Guadalajara in 2011. Just then America brought a development squad and he won some medals and showed his talent and managed to make the US Paralympic team last year. Great athlete, he won 4 gold medals in London, and he's targeting 5 medals here in Lyon. So whether he can do that, who knows, but the fact that he's 18 years old, he can call himself a 4-time Paralympic champion is quite an achievement.
Yeah, and he's already got the first of the medals. We saw that today. He got the first medal at these games for America.
Yeah, 1 of 5, and what we've seen since London is a greater awareness of the Paralympics in America, which is really important. We didn't get too much coverage in America during London, but times are changing. We've seen some good coverage in the build-up to this championships. David Prince, who we saw in the heats of the 200 metres earlier, who saw his world record broken by Jared Wallace. He's been in the USA Today newspaper this week previewing these championships, and it's really important to see the likes of Blake Leaper, David Prince, Jerome Singleton and Jared Wallace. They're the people, and Tatiana McFadden, who can get us more coverage in the States, and hopefully in Rio, when the time zones align with the American TV audience, we can get more coverage.
So it's Hoog here who leads Cassidy in second place, 2 laps to go. And the Japanese Watanabe in third, and Hoog hits the front, 750 minutes to go, and it's where he wants to stay. Hoog in control at the moment. Can he keep this going? Cassidy also in a strong position, but they are all tightly bunched with 650 minutes to go. And Marcel Hoog in the front, and times barely matter. They're all outside their season's best at the moment. It doesn't matter. There's a world title being decided, and maybe it'll be the defending champion Marcel Hoog defending his title, defending his line very strongly. Hoog leads for Switzerland. Final straight for the penultimate time. Cassidy on his wheel on the outside. Watanabe third on the inside.
Thanks to Craig Spence for joining us. Craig's the Director of Communications for the IPC. He's taken his seat in the stand because it's got very exciting here as they come to the bell. It's Marcel Hoog in the lead, Josh Cassidy with him, and the Japanese competitor as well, Watanabe, is up there. It's going to be between those 3, I think, unless something else can happen.
The Monnier trying to go for France on the outside in 4th place. It's Hoog still who has the advantage. Cassidy now will try it on the outside. He's on Hoog's shoulder. This is going to be a great finish. Any one of these 8 could win, but it's still Hoog, the defending world champion, defending his line very well. On the inside is Watanabe, surely boxed in. Hasn't got a chance at this stage to take the title, but he's in second place. And now Hoog begins to accelerate with 100 to go. It's Marcel Hoog, the world champion 2011.
2011 from Switzerland. Here he comes. Hug is on the way. Watanabe's in second place, and Hug will win for Switzerland. Marcel Hug takes it. Watanabe is second. And what a great bounce in the end for third. It looked to be Campari for Canada, but Marcel Hug does it again. A champion once, a champion twice, 2011 and 2013.
Yeah, Josh Cassidy just run out of it into fourth place at the end there, but it's all about Marcel Hug in the red with the white cross of Switzerland and that shiny, distinctive silver helmet. He has done it, and this is the man who is racing every day of these competitions, and you called it absolutely right. Campari coming into third. Josh Cassidy, as I say, was pushed out into fourth place, and Watanabe gets the silver. But Marcel Hug, he doesn't have a rest day till next Saturday. He's taking part in a ridiculous number of events. He's in the 10,000, the 5,000, the 1,500, the 800. There's heats, there's finals. This guy doesn't get a day off till Saturday, but he's just going to see if he can win everything. A quiet, unassuming man, very calm, very placid temperament. Got muscled out of it by David Weir in London, but here he was never going to lose that.
It's a slow time, but so what? Marcel Hug is the world champion twice in a row now. Watanabe, well, he was boxed in. Hug came out into something like lane 3 to accelerate, and that gave Watanabe the opportunity to nudge the Canadians down into third and fourth. Campari and Josh Cassidy, who for a long time looked as if anyone would deny Hug the title, it would be him. Well, it wasn't. He finished in fourth place, 23.04. Slow pace, but who? Do you think he cares? Of course not. He's the champion.
So I thought it was going to be between Cassidy and Hug with about 300 metres to go, but Cassidy got run out of the medals, but Hug didn't. Fantastic Paralympian, competes in T54 wheelchair racing from Switzerland. First competed in 2004, the Summer Paralympics.
CJ Perez Hernandez in the men's long jump final, T46. He's fifth at the moment, best attempt 6:29. And as you'll see, quite a distance to go. Half a metre away from the medals right now. This is the last jump of the third round. They reorder in terms of length after that. Here comes CJ. Red flag. So we've reached exactly the halfway point in the competition. Matthias Puebla of Argentina, Boris Reynard of France. They will both be eliminated. Monsuru Adebayo of Nigeria, Daniel El Dabar of Iraq did not start. These are problems for a few nations coming here, but for a world championship, something as important as this is unusual. But the lead being held by Lu Fulang of China, 7 meters 10. And it's a good advantage, 27 centimeters over Toby Ohimbi, the one-time leader of the United States. And the previous one-time leader to that, Arnaud Asselmani of France, in third.
So they'll now change the order that they jump in, and so that whatever happens now, the Fulang of China will be the last person to jump. Currently in the gold medal position, but that might change, but he will still jump last.
Good competition so far. On occasion, they have T45s bundled into this competition, but it's all F46s and 47s in this decider.
Athletics Canada very quick with their tweet. Medal alert, Jean-Paul Campari takes bronze at the World Championships in the T54 wheelchair 10,000 metres. He did, well done Canada. He ran Josh Cassidy out of the medals. So his teammate won't be very happy with him, but Canada getting 3 and 4. But it's all about Marcel Hug and this phenomenal Swiss athlete with the shiny silver helmet who's competing every day apart from Saturday. Just a reminder, we're at IPC Athletics on Twitter if you want to give a shout out. as the Canadians have done to their competitors. Maybe some Americans watching want to talk about Raymond Martin and his phenomenal first medal.
So it's a new order of jumping for the 8 who go through to the final 3. Really good opening day. The track action is now over. There's only a handful of field finals still on. This and the men's javelin. Wang and Kaidi have both set world records. Points position is better for Kaidi at the moment, both on 1,006. Wang and Kaidi. It's a really good battle, the title between those two. That is still ongoing, and they are throwing 3 attempts at a time. We will probably see the conclusion of that later on. They're down to the final 8. They had 16 starters for that.
Sometimes they get confusing in these events between the rankings and the points, and what's happened is the 2 guys have both scored 1,006 points for their throw. Kaidi threw 39.31, but 39.45 because it's very close, which is what Wang threw. They both score 1,006 for that, but they're both the same classification. It's nothing to do with the change of classification.
Yes, Kaidi had the world record going into this from his victory at London 2012, 38.30, broke the world record later on, 39.31, and now he's had that world record broken by Wang. We've had 6 world records so far today on the opening day, which is brilliant, and most of them have come in the field.
Yeah, we've seen lots of drama on the opening day of competition here. We've seen a particularly good day for Ukraine. The Russians have had a good day, the Brazilians have had a good day. Jason Smith of Ireland looked in impressive form. We saw Alec Davis with a fantastic throw in the discus, setting a world record. Great Britain, Marcel Hoog, winning the first of his, I'm sure, will be many medals. So we've got 8 left in. And the first to go will be Jagsir Singh of India. Then we've got a Belarusian, a Cuban, a Spaniard, a Greek. And in the medal positions at the moment, it's bronze France, America silver, and China in gold medal position. But they will all have 3 more jumps. 8 competitors left in, 24 jumps. And then that will be us done for the night. So here he goes, Singh of India. Little kick at the end there. Just brushing the sand off him while they measure it. Doesn't look too happy with it.
.612 is best so far. That was in the second round. 6:08 in the third. Considering his personal best is still 6:55. Still has quite a bit within it, potentially.
On Twitter, Abdullah Mahmoud says, impressive stuff from Marcel Huggy Bear Hoog in the 10,000 metres. Thanks for that tweet, Abdullah.
6:26 is best so far. He's up to 7th.
Yep, he'll move up the order, but he'll still jump 8th because the order won't change now, but he's in 7th place. At IPC Athletics, we are on Twitter if you want to send a message to anyone you've been impressed with watching today, wherever you are in the world. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on Paralympic Sport TV with me, Jeremy Nicholas, and alongside me is Will Downing, the IPC Athletics World Championships. So this is the last event of the day. Sun low in the sky now. Jagsir Singh up into 7th place. And it'll be Alexander Sabota, Belarus. He's in 8th place now. 6:25 is best at the moment. Up he goes. Big thump as he hit the board. Gets the white flag though. As he improved his score of 6:25. He was just overtaken by Jagsir Singh with that jump of 6.26. Don't think he was too happy with the landing as he comes down. I think he looks back and thinks that's not quite what he was hoping for. Alexander Sabota. 6.30, so he did add 5 centimetres. And that puts him up now into 5th place. Goes ahead of the Spaniard and the Cuban and the Indian who've just overtaken him. So this is an interesting long jump. T46, it's a final. Gold, silver and bronze up for stake. At the moment they're going to China, America and France. Good stuff there from Belarus. Now here's the Cuban in 7th place. His best jump so far, 6.28. He's just seen the Belarusian leap 6.30. What can he do? While this is happening, we're getting ready for another medal ceremony. This is going to be the men's 1500 metres victory ceremony. Still plenty of people in the stadium enjoying this beautiful warm night here in Lyon to see this presentation of the bronze medal. Lovely smile from the American. Stephen Toyoji getting the bronze. T52, men's 1500 metres. And it's Thomas Geerspickler of Austria with the silver medal. Gets his medal and his lion. Lyon the Lion, the mascot of the Games. Raymond Martin with his first gold medal of these games for the United States, but surely not his last. He just looks like a kid. He was 17 when I saw him in London 2012. It was a pleasure to commentate on. He's a breath of fresh air for the sport. Lovely smile, great kid, and I just think he's going to get loads more medals at this game. Raymond Martin. For the first time, we're going to hear the Stars and Stripes at these games. And if you're able, the announcer says, please stand.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champions medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
Well, they're very strict here on fading the anthems if they go over a minute, but literally all we had was "And the Home of the Brave" to go, and they faded the poor chap's anthem down. I think that's a bit mean, really. I mean, we're running to time here, but for heaven's sake, all we needed was "Home of the Brave." There we are, Roman Martin doesn't seem to have let it spoil his party. Just 18 years of age, a real superstar of his sport. And that's his first, it won't be his last medal. And off he follows the medievally dressed ladies. Now let's find out what's been happening at the long jump while we've been having that medal ceremony. Very exciting long jump. Fulang of China in gold at the moment, Fawahimi of the USA in silver, and Assoumani of France in bronze position at the moment. Will Downing's back alongside me, he's been for a mystery walk, stretching his legs.
Well, this is Georgios Kostakis with his 4th round jump, 6:49, his best so far, lying in 5th place overall. And that will not be any better. 6:42, he stays in 5th, and his best attempt was his first. Assoumani is next, and he'll try and get his jump away before the upcoming medal ceremony. Which for a nation slightly to the north of France will be of particular interest.
But Assoumani wants the crowd to get behind him, and like you say, he's trying to get this in quickly before the medal ceremony starts. So you need to get on with it, Assoumani, if you're going to do it. Because once they start announcing it, the crowd won't be watching what you're up to.
So here it comes. 6:77 is best so far. Assoumani, chance to go for it. Red flag. That's the foul. Maybe with too much going on, just felt.
So the T34 women's 200 metres medal ceremony was what he was trying to get in before that started, and he didn't quite do it. And there we see a medal for Holland for Amy Siemens. Lovely smile from Amy. She's looking at Lyon the Lion, thinking, am I getting that lion? Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Bit of a snog as well. Let's have a look at your medal. There it is. And like I say, there's a bit of a hole in it. So you can hang it up on your clothes peg when you get there. Silver medal, Rosemary Little of Australia. First Australian medal of the Games. I know there'll be loads of people watching back in Australia on ParalympicSport.tv. So you've been sending us lots of messages on Twitter. At IPC Athletics is our address on Twitter. And the gold medal, I'm delighted to say, goes to Great Britain. And there she is, Hannah Cockcroft from Halifax, a Yorkshire girl, a real star of the sport. And look how happy she is. Well done, Hannah. And for the first time, I get to stand up and listen to my own anthem. Hannah Cockcroft takes a look at Lyon the Lion and her medal. And it's time for God Save the Queen. And I tell you what, I will launch an official protest if they fade this. Bless her little Halifax heart, she sang God Save the Queen all through that. First gold medal for Great Britain. Well done, Hannah Cockcroft. Will Downing's got his camera out for that ceremony. It'll be on Facebook later.
Excellent champion Hannah Cockcroft was one of the faces of London 2012. And now a world champion to boot.
And her motto is, she will not lose. And she didn't, she won. Unbeatable in London and unbeatable in Lyon.
So returning then to the men's long jump T46, here's our leader, Lu Xulang of China. Claimed glory in both the single jump and the long jump in London. 7:10 is best so far, lying in second place. Is Fawahimi of the USA. It's a solid leader, almost 30 centimetres clear of the rest. Not sure if that'll improve on it, but it's been a solid campaigner so far as Lu Xulang. Even continental record, he's not been able to do it for what he did in the United States so far. Asumani remains third. Although largely head and shoulders ahead of the rest, Etienne Calderon of Cuba has slipped into fourth place with a 660. .681. Second best attempt so far.
Just having a look at Hannah Cockcroft's Twitter feed. She's, if you want to follow Hannah, she's HC Dream 2012. And Mel Nichols, another competitor, is Dolly2 Racer. And apparently Mel Nichols tweeted earlier today, just been asked by world champ Paralympic gold medalist Hannah Cockcroft, what race are we doing today? Well, I tell you what, she knew what she was doing. She just won the gold medal in it. Well, much earlier she won the gold medal. She's just been presented with it. So well done, Mel Nichols, for keeping us up to date with that. Here's what's happening in the long jump.
2 rounds to go, and Xulang is well in control. 27 centimetres clear of Fawahimi. Next to go will be Jagsir Singh of India. 6:26 in the fourth round. Need to go some to improve. 6:55 is his personal best, and that's a red flag. So he goes no further, and he's only got one attempt left. The last few rounds of the jumping competitions do tend to go very fast. Well into the plasticine. Alexander Sobotsa of Belarus, 6:30 in his fourth round. Pushed him up into sixth place. Again, realistically, needs another 40 centimetres to challenge for the medals.
And the sun in the sky has now got so low that it's actually shining in through the back of the stand. It's now coming underneath the roof. There's a little bit of an air gap at the back of the stand, and I've had to turn the collar up on my shirt to stop me getting sunstroke. And on that bombshell, it's back to the long jump.
Sobotsa getting in and around 6:30. He gets a white flag for his efforts. I'm glad to see that being any major improvement. Still the sixth after this.
Amazing how warm the sun is when it's so low in the sky now, and it's 8 o'clock at night here in France. What a beautiful evening for athletics. And plenty of people staying to watch the conclusion of this long jump. Many spectators just moved round to the long jump sandpit so they can see the action close up.
5:93. Went in the wrong direction.
So I hope you've enjoyed our first day's coverage of the action. We were here for the opening ceremony last night. We had a thunder and lightning storm, which I think may have taken out some of our commentary, and you perhaps had a French commentary.
Les amis, it's how the javelin is at the moment. The world record being held by Wang and Zhang. They're level on points, but Wang has obviously thrown further. It's a new world record ahead of Mohsen Qaidi, who And a new world record for nearly half an hour, 39:31. Having held the world record in London 2012 last year. We're down to the final four. This is Evgeny Malik of Russia. Now he's a different category to the leading four. He's F33. He's thrown 23-22 is his best so far. I'm not sure that's really in any way close. 949 points. At the moment, Wang and Kaidi are both level at the top at 1,006 points. It goes down to points, but Wang has thrown further. So Wang leads, Kaidi in second place, Mauricio Valencia third. We're with you until the end of the field events, which that's a foul anyway. Bit nonplussed as a result. Wants to speak to one of the judges who are saying he raised his leg and that's a foul. It's the second foul of 5 throws so far.
Disappointed with that.
Final attempt. Well, that, I think, is a lot better. That might be his best throw so far. Might be around 25 metres or so, which could see him go up the rankings quite dramatically.
We're back here tomorrow morning again, 9:45, with this coverage on Paralympic Sport TV. Just go to the web, paralympicsport.tv. Wherever you're watching in the world, you can tweet us at IPC Athletics. And if any of the action you've missed, you want to see Marcel Hoog's 10,000 metres again, it's all recorded and it's on our YouTube channel, which you can get to at paralympicsport.tv. So no improvement there for the Russian.
Now, there's been a lot of drama earlier on in this competition. Let's watch the second round throw of Wang Yanzhang. He thrown 32.10 in the first round, and then look at this. Sails beyond 30 metres. 39 metres 45, and that by 14 centimetres. It's a new world record, improving on the one set by Mohsen Kaidi earlier today. They both have 3 throws to go, and it'll be after the next man coming, who is Valencia of Colombia.
Who's to say we won't see another world record? One of many we've seen in this stadium today. Plenty of championship records as well, and lots of continental records. But you really couldn't get much between these two.
And realistically now, it does go down to distance and not points. Malik is out of the equation, down in 5th, and there's no other F33 athlete who can take the medal. So it's F34 all the way, and it's down to distance. That will be an on-running situation, as is the long jump T46 final. It's very much as you were. We're in the penultimate round. Georgios Kostakis of Greece. It's on the way. Well, this is how we are. We're in the 5th round. Lou, Fawahimi, Asumani, Calderon still have to take their 5th round jump. Lou leads 7 meters 10. Fawahimi second, 683. Asumani third, 677. And each of these 3 men at one stage led. Georgios Kostakis. His first attempt was his best so far, 6:49. That has to be frustrating if you're down in 5th place and you're close enough to the medals, within a foot, within 30 centimetres, and you haven't had an improvement since the opening round. Maybe the 5th round will do that. Well, it won't. It's a red flag. So he stays where he is.
But it really has changed so many times, the lead in this competition. But, no joy there for the Greek. Oh, he's very close, look. Just goes into the green there.
Well, there's a big, popular local hero in Arnaud Asumani, and what a hero he would be if on French soil he were to successfully defend his title. Asumani finished second in both long and triple. behind our current leader. And he wants as much support as he can muster.
Well, that kid's not in time at all. Look at that. Come on, kid. Just copy your mum. He needs to put his sandwich down. He wasn't joining in at all. Here we go. Here's the Frenchman.
Assoumani, 6.77 to improve on. Well, he's got a good distance, but the flailing of the sand in the air will tell you all you need to know. If it's a slight improvement, he may raise to the silver medal position, but he's still a long way away from Lou, and he knows it. His world record is almost 80 centimeters better at 7.58 when he won the world title 2 years ago. .644. 640s all the way, apart from his first round jump, which had him in front, but no more. And he's only got one more attempt. So Toby Fawahimi lying in second place. 6.83 is the continental record that he set in the second round. Everything else, apart from that, has been a foul. He's geared himself up. Well, that's a good distance. It's a white flag as well.
That looked very good. The crowd liked it. And bearing in mind it's a French crowd who were cheering for their local favourite, Arnaud Assoumani, the Toby Fawahimi of America, and that looked a great jump from him. Just have a look at it again. It's good pace on the run-up. Decent takeoff, gets the white flag, and he lands just about where the photographer is, which usually is a good sign.
He's cleared 7 meters, it's 7.04, but he's still shy of gold. Lou, 7.10. Fawahimi, 6 centimeters behind. Great attempt. It's a new continental record.
This is the man in the gold medal position at the moment, Liu Fulang of China, F47 competitor. At the moment, his best jump, 7.10.
Well, it's good consistency. 6.68 is his shortest jump so far. That would have had him in 4th place, and the rest would have had him in the medals anyway. It's a second round jump that right now has him in front. His other leads should be surpassed by Fawahimi's excellent effort. 7.04, which is needless to say a personal best, a national record, and a North American record now too. So can Lou respond? He still leads 7.10, but maybe a greater buffer awaits. Don't think that's as far though.
Generous applause from the crowd, but I think we can tell from his body language that that will not be beating his best of 7.10. So far he's jumped 6.68, then it was 7.10, then 6.76, then 6.81, and we'll see what his 5th jump is in just a moment. It's the last event on a fine day of athletics on the opening day of the IPC Athletics World Championships here in Lyon.
6.95, but he still leads.
So just the long jump and the javelin to complete this great first day. So there we are, there's confirmation of the standings at the moment. And at the moment it's gold for China, silver for America, bronze for France. But the Cubans looking poised, the Greeks have been climbing up the chart as well.
So heading back to the javelin, we've got 3 men left to throw. They are Mauricio Valencia of Colombia, Mohsen Kaidi of Iran and Wang Yanjiang of China, third, second and first respectively. A 38.80 new South American record for Mauricio Valencia in the opening round, which he's not been able to improve on, but if he could, by a metre, he'd go in front.
Sur l'écran géant, les résultats provisoires du lancer du javelot F33.
3 throws in a row. Well, it's beyond 30 metres, and it's a nice bit beyond 30. 38.80 might just have been beyond that, as opposed to the other way around.
He knows he's got a medal, it's just which colour at the moment. At the moment it's going to be bronze for Colombia, silver for Iran, gold for China. That's the first of his 3.
Well, the greats in javelin, the Kamakis of this world and the Thorkelsons, I'd love to know how far they could throw while in a seated and strapped position, as they have a long run up to hurl it out 80 metres plus.
You're going to Moscow, why don't you sit one of them down?
I'll ask them.
See if they'll play ball.
That was 32.04. Thorkelson's Twitter biography simply says, "I throw spears for a living."
And this is what he does. I suspect he wouldn't be able to throw spears for a living sitting down as far as these guys do.
It's impressive upper body strength. Nobody in this category has ever thrown it beyond 40 metres, but twice they've gone beyond 39 metres for the first time.
Are we going to see the first 40-metre throw tonight? Here's the 5th throw for Valencia of Colombia. It's a white flag. Peers anxiously out to see what that's measured at.
He's got one more throw left, and I wonder how much he can improve. We'll let you know. We've got 4 attempts left in the men's long jump, the T46.
This is the man just outside the medals at the moment, Calderon of Cuba. Tries to get the crowd clapping, and I didn't think he'd have much chance of getting them going, because basically if he was to do a good job it would deprive France of a bronze medal. But very sportingly, the crowd on the far side are getting behind the Cuban. What can Calderon do here? Can he get himself a medal?
660 is best so far in the 4th round. Needs to improve by 18 metres to get into the medals. Don't think he used the board much at all. He has got a white flag. It's in and around maybe 6 metres 50. I don't think he's improved.
So 6:55 for Calderon, and that means that he will not be getting a medal. His best throw was his best jump was 6:60.
Now we've had a development, meanwhile, in the javelin. This is Mauricio Valencia, his 6th round throw, a foul. But he finishes in 3rd place, 35.03, his 5th round attempt. It's a good throw this was. .38.80, the continental record, and he wins the bronze. So it is between Kaidi and Wang, Iran and China. The gold and silver. It is Colombian bronze. So back to the long jump. And the final, T46. Georgios Kastakis is due to go now. Well, Kastakis, 6:49 in the opening round, and that's been his best so far, but he's been consistent along the way. 6:48 and 6:42 have been the other jumps that he's been able to register. The rest have been fouls. Well, here he comes. It's a big moment. Again, I'm not sure he's thoroughly improved. We've got 3 jumpers left to go.
So, as we come to the end of our coverage on the first day, we're going to bring you some highlights of what action we have seen so far today. It's coming up shortly, just as we put the javelin and the long jump to bed.
Well, 6:43, and all of the 4 that registered were in the 6:40s, but it's been a decent day. 1 here of the 2013 IPC Athletics World Championships. These are some of the highlights of the day. Started very early in the morning. Angela Ballard winning her semi-final of the women's 200. This was the second semi, and an equally impressive victor. That was Wang Lisha, 30.39. Now into the T54s, the next category up in the women's 200 meters. Really well contested first semi-final. Sherry Madsen of the United States taking that, 30.51 seconds. What we saw this second semi-final was utterly sensational. Personal best for Madsen. But the second semi, quite fantastic. Woman who flew across here overnight from the United States because of a major sports awards ceremony. Tatiana McFadden coming out on top in this. Absolutely shooting forward in the first half of this race. Looking utterly brilliant. But in the closing straight, nobody could live with it. A new personal best. 28.41. One of the stars of parasport. And McFadden. Superb. David Casinos Sierra, reigning world champion going into this from Christchurch, an Olympic champion as well in the discus. This one now quite a way, and it's the F11 men's discus for athletes who are totally blind. Got it the right direction, just the technique and the ability, and able to do that is quite sensational. Argentina had a couple of candidates for gold in this as well. But they could not overtake the King of Spain. And ultimately a red flag, final throw, which meant Spanish gold in Lyon. Sergio Paz. He is numero uno.
Estoy bien, da igual.
El suelo se ha hecho daño. Aquí, la cámara, saluda. Campeón.
Not first.
And he is. 39.32. David Casino Sierra wins for Spain, the F11 men's discus throw. So into the men's 200 meters, the T44. Jerome Singleton in the United States. Well, watch out for him.
This was one of the biggest surprises of the day. We knew he was good, but not quite as good as he turned out to be.
Well, Singleton went into this with a personal best of 22.77. He broke that, 22.71. A new lifetime best.
I always got the impression that Arno Furi of South Africa was holding a little bit back here, but Singleton, very impressive performance, and will certainly be someone to watch out for. Slowed down before the line as well.
Polish glory in the men's high jump, and this, a fantastic new world record for Maciej Lepiato of Poland, 2 meters 13. The pole cleared the bar and then kissed it.
That's my favourite shot of the day. Goes up to that and says, "Don't you dare fall off. After all the effort I've made to get over you, you stay where you are." A lovely smile from the pole.
So Lepiato with the world record, 2 meters 13. This the first semi-final of the women's 5,000 meters. The T54 as the day wore on. A fantastic world record from Jared Wallace elsewhere in the men's 200 T44. This was a well-contested race. We've already seen Tatiana McFadden once. This was her shooting off ahead of the rest. Tried it a few times. She would be caught all the way until the end. And one final surge gave her championship record, 12:07.60. Will only last until the next race. Great competitor, McFadden. She won that in 12:07.60, and that was a championship record, but it would be quickly broken by Manuela Schär of Switzerland. 11:51.98. Those some of the highlights of the day.
C'est bon? On se permettrait pas, peut-être au bout de 10 ans. Ouais, même plus. 5, 4, 3, 2. Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à Lyon pour la deuxième journée des championnats du monde d'athlétisme.